happened. That's
in the guise of trying to have a consensus candidate before people they flip on you on
okay.
that very day.
That
Yeah.
event is going to happen. Let me just tell you. So what Obi has to do now is, if Obi wants to be a consensus candidate, he has to be guaranteed by the party and be guaranteed by the delegates that this is where this direction we're going. And do the event. It's just the event just makes it show that he won. A lot of people campaign. He didn't even win primaries. He's not popular.
Oh,
And the thing
They
is,
just
it
have
could
to
be
do the
used. It
show.
could be used against him later in
Yes,
court
they have to
too.
give them the show. They
Yeah,
have to do
they
that
can use
show.
technicalities. Say,
that,
oh, after all, you guys didn't do primaries. You
that,
follow this and
that's not
that.
true. That's not true. The Nigerian Supreme Court ruled that any political party can choose how to present their campaign. How did which primaries brought him in Labour Party? All
But
those
but
things.
uh, but 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 I thought that judgment was that it should be
You
based on the
see,
constitution of
did
of
you
that party.
Chukudema?
Yeah,
You
I
see the
mean
problem,
the political party can nominate. I
Chukudema.
mean, you can even substitute. What are you telling me? You have the
Chukudema. You
power
see, you
to
see, you
nominate the
see, you see the
candidate. The
problem.
party is supreme.
You see the
I
problem
mean,
with not doing primaries. Aburi is now saying that he knows what he did for Obi to get that ticket. He knew what he had to do. Shebi, I this that guy on Arise News, that Labour guy that came and said
and so what?
they
Did
had
he,
to.
did he stop it? If he was the president,
No, I'm just
would
telling you. I'm
would
telling you
have
why the
been.
optics, why
I
the
mean,
optics of a
the
primaries
talking
is
point
very
is just
important.
wait, wait,
It's
wait.
about optics.
Which one is more important than they do the primary, right? And they scheme him out of a primary, and
See,
there's no such
if they
and
plan
that
to scheme him out of
or
primaries,
that they win primaries, and who wants to complain can
see,
complain.
let me tell you something, Chukudima. Let me tell you something. Anybody that wants to win, whether you do primaries or you do coalition, is going to bring out his vote and is going to win. That's the truth. What happened to Wiki, right, was also a consensus between Atiku and Tambua. They already knew what they were going to do. They had the numbers. Before the primaries, Atiku came out and said, "Have I ever lost a primaries before under PDP?"
He lost to Jonathan woefully now.
No, no, I'm not saying like the statement he made before the primaries knew that they knew what they were going to do. They had the numbers. They have calculated it that okay, oh, this is where we win, this is where we win. They have calculated their numbers. It's not only South North that give article numbers now. He wants some places in the South too. Do you think it's only Tambua that betrayed Wiki? Other so that whole issue of
Wait,
letting
was
Obi
there any consensus that Wike was going to be the because someone like Udom Emmanuel
Oga
ran and
Wiki
wait,
Wike was sure
wait.
of that primaries. That's why he could stand up and say, whoever will win, I will support. Because he knew till today,
No, I
the
mean he
city the
was
warriors.
throwing money around and he was hoping. And in a case, me Steph, I don't even want to totally believe in the whole Tamboa betrayal thing because Atiku dusted him with over 100 votes,
That's
and
what I'm saying. No,
the way
it
they
was
vote,
not only Tambua. It was not only Tambua. It was not only
the way they
Tambua.
voted in that, the way they voted. In fact, we can put a surprise in my own thinking, because anyway, he was bribing people, so he was banking on it. Because if you ask me, he wasn't even supposed to even do well in that primaries because they were doing it by local government, right? They had 774 delegates, one from each local government. That was what PDP did directly. So when you look at the numbers, even Anyim Pius Anyim won the night. I mean, how many local government they have in Ebonyi State? 15. So he took all of it. Udom Emmanuel got 36, so he got beyond Akwa Ibom. Probably he got in Cross River and other places. And all those things. So Wike got 200 and something. So it's people from Benue, Kogi, and the rest that actually helped him increase his nonsensical number. And he lost. He came and started crying like a baby. This Wike came to Anambra State and changed the delegate list, which was a problem. They put people who are not delegates, and they replaced them with the Chris Oba family. So all the PDP chieftain left PDP because of that. All of them, most of them. It's only the last.
Alfonso, sorry for cutting you short. Because can someone please explain to me how Wike managed to garner so much power and influence in PDP that only just one man is making sure that the party is not moving forward. Because it's still hard for me. Like PDP has so many powerful, big whatnots that just allow Wike to do whatever he wants to do, and it's kind of disrupting the political space in Nigeria. So I just want to know how come Wike garners so much power and has been allowed to wield so much power in the country and in PDP.
His money. I mean, he was the only selfless guy with the state resources. That was just what happened. Um, Similar to what Amici did, right? He was, for example, he made sure Dino Melaye was not the PDP, didn't get PDP ticket. So he was going around. Let's even look at River State and look at what he did in River State. How embarrassing that is. He came out publicly to say that he bought form for every single person that is contesting for office in River State under PDP. All of them he bought form for them. In fact, probably all of them he 100% of their campaign. He used the state funds to do that, to sponsor that. So how won't he be powerful? That's just a problem. And he was doing it beyond River State. He did it in Cross River, and PDP lost Cross River. He wasn't even minding whether they win or lose. He was just putting his people, those who will support him when time comes. That was just what he was doing. He wasn't supporting those who he thinks will win and all those things. Yeah, so it was just money thing. And I think I think Goodluck Jonathan is the reason for all those nonsense. Because if Goodluck Jonathan had returned to PDP and become opposition, I mean, I won't be having that nonsense. But he called himself elder statesman, and the other people took over, and that's where we are today. Wike took over, was funding. I mean, Wike was funding everything fundable in PDP, and first of all, he had the control of River State, right? There were no fracas, so he was doling out the money anywhere it was needed. Anyone that wants to run for office will go and meet him, will give him money. And so how will he not have that control? If I mean Wiki had he had that power because of money. I don't think any other thing happened.
Okay, I just still find it very. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, if you remember, from the time he was pretending to be opposition to Buhari and all those things, he wasn't actually fighting Buhari, he was actually fighting Amici and all those things. And he was, I mean, Wike's popularity, everything Wike did is actually very transactional. He buys from here, he sells today and all those things. So Wike is a transactional man, right? He's the same template him and Tinubu. That's the same template. There's no difference, right? Tinubu was a transactional man in Lagos. Wike was a transactional man in River State. But unfortunately, this guy wanted to become his own man. I mean, Simi Fubara. And unfortunately, he has no power to do that because almost every single person that is in power, well, I mean, the three people that were even supporting him, I think maybe they are people from his own voting block, I mean, his own local government. Maybe that was why he has the three members that were supporting him that time was fighting Wiki because um, I think PDP, it is impossible for PDP to redeem themselves from Wiki. It's practically impossible. I mean, it's practically impossible because um, men like Saraki and the rest of them, there are very few PDP people who won office, who won election, who were not either sponsored by him or have big contributions from him. So probably outside the governor of Adamawa State, and maybe Peter Mba. I don't think there's any other governor in PDP that Wiki did not directly sponsor or indirectly sponsor into power, right? And you saw what happened to Dino Melayo when Dino Melayo muzzled himself into PDP's. And it's still the same thing that happens. I mean, Wiki and Tinubu plays the same type of politics, right? If you muzzle your way into PDP primaries without his support, he will kind of abandon you and see and even be hoping that you lose. But if you are loyal to him, he will make every they will try their best to see that you win. So he plays that type of politics. It's a money bag politics. So I think that's why he got to where he is. And make no mistake about it. Not there's no. I mean, the only thing that can happen is that all of them in PDP leaves PDP for him because them trying to fight him is very fruitless. I mean, what will he do? How do you want to fight him when all the senators, or when most of the senators are supporting him, or he put them into power? Those are the things we people should be considering. Wike, it's not that he's very powerful, but um, he is a transactional guy. That's just the thing. Wike is a transactional man, and his politics have been very transactional. Anyway, yeah, back to what we are saying. So, back to the coalition stuff. Anyway, I mean, the coalition has been talked about so much. Anyway, for me, um, I don't really care what anybody thinks, right? I want a Peter Obi candidacy. Um, I'm coming in 1 second.
I just think that I'm not just. I mean, I'll try to remain optimistic, but I saw a news yesterday that French, distributing money to our organizations and civil societies and small institutions. This is how they infiltrate your system now. I just think that any coalition when of it that cannot guarantee um that cannot put fear on our institutions, Tinubu might do as he wants and he will be backed by the West. And this is a very dangerous thing. It could plunge the country into serious anarchy because maybe people in the south who are always calm might just be like, yeah, let's let it slide. It's not just 4 years. But northern Nigeria might decide to start overreacting, and Tinubu might decide to send troops there. And as so Kasala they begin. And that's why I just think that if all our coalition is just based on to take the power from him without fixing our institutional framework in the country, we know they get anywhere because Tinubu is not Buhari. Buhari knows his limits. I mean, we could see how he was behaving. Buhari knows his limit. Tinubu no get limit. Tinubu would do things just to do it. Pure gangsterism. So I just think that Nigerians, Tosin left, but young Nigerians supposed to come up and rise and help fix our institutions. But they are the ones that are supposed to help us, to help guide our democracy to the right path. Right now, the entire country is under siege, and it seems like nobody wants to revolt. So, coalition or no coalition, I still don't see, without Nigerians coming out en masse, this guy, Tinubu, he don't care. He's ready to destroy the entire system just to remain in power. And that's where I think that we might be headed to a serious problem. In case that, let's say, during the election, he's trying to muzzle everyone and we resist, he will try to muzzle everyone. And Nigeria might decide to resist. That's how Kasala will bust. But I just think that sometimes if you want to do something, you start early by sending signals. If Nigerians start now by sending signals to Madam Kekereo, to our other institutions heading it, they will know that it might not be as easy. And they would have to, first of all, think about themselves. I don't think someone like Kekere or whoever will want to die for Tinubu. I'm not saying no one will kill them, but the mob, when the mob comes out for you, you have to think about yourself. So these are the things I'm trying to say that we right now will start showing them signals through some small protests and stuff. If we leave any protest to post election, they will have a nice basis to fight you and to kill you, or to tell the international community that, oh, they lost election, the opposition is trying to incite the people against us, and of course we had to use state powers and state whatnot to protect the constitution, all those sort of things. We all know it's all lies, but the issue is that we have allowed them, we were playing into their hands, and they'll just do as much, because this is exactly what we repeat after just what we saw in 2023. So we as a people should think more about taking over the system, and not relaxing and allow these men to do their coalition and continue on sort of things. Even if some of the coalition wins, it should be on the back of the people, so the people can actually checkmate them and make them to do what they're supposed to do.
I agree with you 100%. To be honest with you, I'm not seeing, because the coalition people, they are beginning to like get everybody annoyed, right? Because I don't really know how you take it to this level. You just want anybody to come and defeat Tinubu, as if Tinubu is our problem in this country. I mean, our problem has never been Tinubu. It has been the way things are done, and all of a sudden you want to make it all about Tinubu per se. I think that's actually a problem, because if you're looking at the individuals that you're hoping to use to defeat Tinubu, these were his men. These were the guys that actually held this country hostage for 8 years. I mean, all of them, like all APC members, coming back to brand themselves as something else, and they want to be the one in charge. And somehow, they want to force Obi to cower to their whatever. I mean, and they are calling the shots. They are telling us how it will be done. And at the end of the day, you will end up with something worse than 2020 or 2015. Why me I believe it will be worse is because Jonathan lost and went home, right? And everybody moved on. Everybody gave Buhari free hand to do whatever he would do. When if Tinubu loses to these people, and in a case that he loses to these normal people, like these normal guys, there will be, I mean, they're not just going to go home. They're going to fight dirty in the this thing, and at the end of the day, both of them will gather and lose these resources together. And that's why we are seeing all those defections, because there's absolutely no difference between the PDP and APC. Even, and what they want to make it appear now, there will be no difference between the coalition and the opposition. So by the time you defeat Tinubu tomorrow, you come to the coalition party, and all of them will start looting at the other end together. All his ministers, Akpabio, all of them will start decamping to the other party, and they will start looting. By the time they finish doing what they want to do, right, then by the time you have a president they are not happy with, or they got disgruntled with the president, they will all move to another side and see wrestle power away from that guy and be in office. Then those who stayed with that guy and lost will all push to the other side. And this is what they want. I mean, these guys are actually trying to fool us, if you ask me. They are trying to fool us. I don't understand this type of nonsense. At the end of the day, you're telling me that we should we should be sportsmen and all those things. What type of sportsmen is that? When you're seeing that a system is designed to cheat you, you want to foolishly go into it and hope for a fair result. That doesn't happen. But on the institutional thing you talk about, yeah, I agree with you. They have to. Everybody have to start talking now, and whatever happens, the results should be announced and declared before any other thing. It's not. Is you're not going to start protesting after they have declared results. That's actually a waste of time. Make it obvious that you're not going to be rigged out, so that on time we'll know where you stand. That's just it. Yeah, Deep Sky, good morning. What's the, I don't know, do you have you want to join the conversation?
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're fine.
I agree with, I don't know the speaker who said something about rallying with the youths. The thing is that I do feel we're still playing into the hands of politicians by allowing them to scheme. And the problem is, if you allow politicians to have their way, you are not going to get any meaningful results. Everybody who is gathering today to tell you they are looking at how to take power from Tinubu are pursuing their own interests, and they are not pursuing Nigeria's interest. And if they are the one in charge of this, you are not going to get anywhere. And let me say this, I'm also saying it for people. Yes, even though we know he has his own clear cut out mandate, because it's important that we make, when you say you are declaring a riot act is that you are the one making the decision. Fool is saying that at this point in our life, I'm no longer going to take this. This is what I want. So it's not going to be about people be scheming, because the thing is, Peter Obi is a politician. Maybe we might say he's the only one that has good intention there. But if you don't stand your ground and say, okay, this is our guy, we need to get him into power. If he manages to get into power by other means that is not influenced by us, the people, Peter Obi will not deliver good governance. And that is the mistake some people are making, because they just want to believe that somebody out there is a saint, somebody out there is a Messiah, somebody out there is just God sent, and God have sent to do something. It doesn't happen like that. It's not like that. Because again, the person is going to receive their salary. They are going to receive all the benefits that comes with the power position. The person is not coming to say, I want to govern for free. So I agree with one of the speakers. I don't know who said something about how P2B said P2B needs the youth, needs to rally around the youth. But I think it's actually the youth that need to rally around P2B. That is the way I'm saying it. It is us, the youth, young people, that need to rally around P2B to make sure that he gets into the position without any form of compromise. Everybody in politics, there's something you are bringing to the table. You're either bringing money, you're bringing influence, or you're bringing other form of support, maybe in the grassroots. So as it stands today, P2B has its own leverage. But that leverage that he has, most of the Nigerian politicians are not saying that leverage. And the reason why they are not saying it is because the people who are rallying around P2B are making it look like P2B is weak, making it look like P2B cannot win an election. And for me, that is a problem. That is a very huge problem. They are making it look like P2B cannot win an election, like P2B now needs somebody somewhere to win an election. For me, that is a disservice to people. Instead of dwelling on the mistakes that we made, or no, not about, yes, we need to dwell on it and pick one or two lessons from it. The mistake that we made was that we managed to get a lot of people in the grassroots to vote for P2B, but we did not consolidate on how to make sure that numbers are not changed or manipulated at the center. Now, most people are not talking about how do we make sure we protect our votes in the next election. What everybody is now saying is that this person is jumping, so therefore the place that they won the election, P2B will no longer win there. And I think that is wrong. That is a defeatist mindset. People are the ones who rig the election. It's not done by machine. Even the number that is changed in the IREV or whatever, it's done by somebody. The paper that was we saw that was mutilated, the electoral document and the rest of them. Now, human being do am, not the machine do am, not the AI do am. It is human people like you and I that did it. So if we don't declare heavy consequences for these people, then that is when the governors who are jumping ship today will have their way in 2027. That is where the likes of maybe Delta State Governor, Akwa Ibom State Governor, or even any other governor, maybe Pitamba, and many others that want to defect in the coming months or weeks. That is the only time that they will learn their lessons. But if we say, oh, we need this person, we need this politician, we need that, the politician should come when they see that, Omo, you are the one running the show. Should not be cutting any politician at this point. We have not been able to manage Labour Party, and for me, that is one of the what is our own fault, because we managed to even win the election to a great extent, but we were not able to run and hold onto a political party, because that is the strategy. That is the tragedy now that is befalling people, is that there is no clear evidence that he's going to contest under Labour Party, because the party now is still shaky. And the people on the other side are making it look like they have their own structure. So if we have our own structure, if you come and contest in our political party, you will win. Boom, because we use our structure to protect your votes. And for me, that is a weak point for people. And for all of us that is clamoring that we want a better Nigeria. How can we consolidate? How can we run a party? Because all these people, they are mentioning their names in level. These are just normal men. They are nothing. Because you need to speak. Because sometimes I just feel like we are playing this. We just want to play games. Like what I'm seeing for the most part, some people want to play games. Like, oh, politics is a game. Let's just play it. Anything that comes out of it, fine, we'll move. It's not a fight for survival. But at this point, where Nigeria is, we need to fight for survival. But people are not seeing it that way. People just want to play the political games. And when you play that game and start playing it like those politicians, that dream, that's whatever thing you think you are chasing, you're not going to get it. You are not going to get it. So this coalition that we are talking about, P2B should not be cutting those politicians. They should be cutting him. Our people should not be the ones start talking about who should be, how we need this person, blah, blah, blah. Because when you start doing it, you will not get the results. The person will start feeling big, like, Omo, yeah, are you seeing what this person said about me? Are you seeing what this person said about me? It means that I'm, because we are giving a lot of people the influence that they don't even have. We are giving a lot of people the influence they don't have. The influence they may have had when they were in political corridors of power that they no longer have. The influence that they had when Abuja was on backing them and they had state resources. They no longer have it. The Wike all of you are talking about today is only still powerful because when he was the governor of the state, he was using state resources to do all the rubbish that he was doing. And then he immediately finished. Tinubu made him FCT minister. So he has funding from Abuja. He has state backing. This weekend you are seeing today, any day that power is any day they drop him from minister of FCT, and he no longer has any political portfolio. Wike will die off. Wike will no longer have that influence that people are ascribing to him today. The same thing is applicable to Erufai. Erufai is this, Erufai is that. It was simply because he was the governor of Kaduna State for 8 good years, and he was in the good books of Buhari. So he was part of those controlling the shots in Abuja. He could muscle DSS, NIA, police, army, Air Force. Not anymore. Not anymore. That is a private citizen. The same way Bukola Saraki when he was the governor of Kwara State, and then when he went to the Senate. Today is no longer the corridor of power. He can no longer muster that kind of numbers, maybe do all of those things. I think that's the mistake we make. We usually give people enormous power that they don't have. And when you keep saying it, it will start entering their head. But then these people are politicians. They will use you at the end of the day. They will use you and dump you because they feel like you are Mugu. This one don't know anything. Somebody I think is some guy. You were the one talking about Wike. The only reason why we are seeing Wike is that minus Lagos, Rivers State is the second largest economy, at least based on state in Nigeria. Majority of the money that their state makes don't even go to the normal books. It goes into private pockets. Also, a lot of oil, what's it called? Oil bunkering are happening in Rivers State. Do you think Wike doesn't have a share in it? So there's enough money from oil and gas plus corruption that Wike has access to that other state governors do not have. And that is why he was buying them. Wike was sharing money. Wike would just wake up today and say, I'm giving this state money. He was sharing money in the 8 years of Buhari. It's just that all of us were fixated on Buhari. If you compare corruption in Buhari, could go, you will see that Wike might even outcompete Buhari. Now, the thing is, you ask yourself, with how the amount of money in Rivers State, you cannot even see it in the lives of them people. Go and ask, they will tell you the only thing Wike did was to build flyover. Because that is the one that everybody can see. And that is the one everybody wants to see. Talk about other human capital development. You are not going to see it. Build some white elephant projects, some fine buildings. 8 years, Wike is working. What about schools? What about hospitals? What about roads in rural communities? And they do have a lot of swampy area. So some of these things, that's why you wake up one day, hear them in Zamfara State, something happened, I think a market or so, Wike says there, I think 500 million. Wike was funding people in PDP. So that is why he had a lot of influence in PDP. He was the only governor who funded, who decided to bring a large chunk of states to fund the party. So that is what happened to PDP. That is what we did. He's an Igbo man. So you understand that concept of using money to buy anything. That is what he did. And that is why after doing it, he gained more courage to say, you know what, during the election, I'm going to do it in my state. 200,000, whatever comrades or volunteers, they call them. You'll be paying them money. Those are the structure. So these things, all these things, they didn't happen years. They happened like months ago. They happened just a few years ago. The one of buying his own people was just 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, not even up to 3 years. So that is why my own is Nigeria should dictate what they want from the coalition. Don't allow the politician to dictate the objective of the coalition. I've been asking now, what is the objective of the coalition? So people will say that the objective is Tinubu. They want Tinubu to go. Is Tinubu's this thing that bad? All of you that are now agitated that Tinubu to go. What about Buhari? Were you this agitated to say Buhari will go? Did you fight with your life? Did you? oh, the man from Iraq, I don't like him, but I think we must be very, very intentional and strategic, because if you go and fall into the hands of opposition, they will use you and dump you. You play this card and play this card. They will play their own permutation and tell you Atiku will go 4 years. Peter will be his vice PDP. Maybe you don't know what is. We don't know what is in Toby's mind. It might probably be that I feel like I don't get energy again. Let me just accept this one. Let me just do the little I can contribute. The little he will contribute is to be going around. Maybe he's trying to do, depending on the amount of opportunity given to him as the people. You understand? Because see, everybody has a weak point. Even P2B2 has a lot of weak points. Well, for P2B to become anything that he will become as president of Nigeria, people must decide, not P2B himself. The people themselves must decide. Otherwise, it's going to be a thing whereby at the end of the day, the worst guy becomes the president and the brilliant one will just masquerade as the VP and doing patchy, and speaking fine English, and maybe go and give, go to condolences and just go to conferences and talk, all of those things. And then the whole thing has been defeated. The whole objective is defeated. So we'll fight to see. We'll fight. If Nigerians haven't learned their lessons, as it is now, this is my own volition, my own what I feel like I've come to. This is my own reality now. Is if Nigerians are not ready to fight this fight to the finish, and they want to play mago and allow politicians have their way, may Tinubu Kukuma continue as president. Maybe Nigerians have not suffered enough to know that they have reached the extent that they need to fight for their life. Somebody in the north is still feeling like they are not where they should say, where they can confidently say they have learned their lessons. That even their own brother failed. The own brother they love so much failed. And the other person who they voted because one of their brother is the vice president and because they love this so-called Muslim thing. If they haven't learned their lessons, then we are wasting our time. If we need somebody, just one or two individuals to go and start telling them that, oh, you know what, irrespective of all of these things, this guy is the guy. Forget it. It means we are not ready yet. Then we say Nigeria's problem will continue. And the way I'm saying it is going to happen that way. This is not me wishing death for Nigeria, but because I've always said that Nigeria is one country that takes one step forward and 10 steps backward. Because in the minds of these people now that we're all seeing meeting together, is it Rotimi Amechi? Is it Rotimi Amechi? Is it the person that is going to give you good governance? Was it not the same Rotimi Amechi that was minister for 8 years and 7 years? He was minister for 7 years. And the reason why he was even 7 years was because he tried to contest for primaries in APC. Is it the one that will give you good governance? Is it El-Rufai that will give you good governance? I want to know. Some people will say Atiku. Atiku is now very old. Atiku doesn't have the strength anymore. Let's be honest with ourselves. He doesn't have what it takes to because Nigeria is where Nigeria is now. You need somebody that's energetic. We saw it under Buhari. I believe that if Buhari was younger, his government wouldn't have been this very abysmal. Let's be honest with ourselves. It wouldn't have been this abysmal. Is it at this age that you expect that? The problem is when we talk about these politicians, some people will say you will make people be the vice, and people will say that is the thing they will tell you. They will tell you that thing that will sweeten your heart, that will gladden your heart. Oh, this true, people will walk. How will he walk? How will he work? What it means is that the president is saying, I'm handing over my administration to this individual. I will just sit down and be acting as president and then go and do the work for this Nigeria. He might be, I think I might say it, probably that might be his intention, but his kinsman, his other inner circles, do you think that they will agree to it? For example, even some of the boys in PDP that are shouting and talking about coalition. Don't you know their pedigree? Don't you know their background? Do you think those people are the kind of people you can work with? These are power drunk individuals. These are power drunk individuals. The people who have been dragging P2B since 2022, every day, even till now, they are not even playing the opposition. They will wake up morning, afternoon, evening and drag P2B. And then suddenly they are now telling you, we need to do coalition. And people are buying into that rubbish. Anyway, me, I'm not buying for it. My own is if Nigerians cannot stand up and fight for themselves and say, you know what, people, this is where we want you to be. Forget it. Tinubu continue. And that is why we are even playing into the hands of Tinubu, sir, because Tinubu has already, he's like the people call him, he's a bad, evil strategist. He's already saying that. He's already saying that Nigerians are not willing to fight for their lives. So him and Wike, they will use money and continue to buy people. Because if you are telling me that you need to go and start engaging in Verify or some other individual up north for them to see that they need to kick into the change that Nigeria needs right now, that you need to go and beg them, that they were not ready. We're not ready. The same Tinubu will go and use money and pay those people and buy them off at the end of the day. Anyway, what do I know? It's a matter of 1 year. We'll see what is going to. A lot is going to happen in this 1 year. We've spent 2 years under it. Yesterday was 2 days ago was exactly 2 years. Tinubu forced himself into power. Nothing has changed really. Nothing has really changed. The only thing that has changed is that the value of life in Nigeria has degraded. But anything other than that, nothing has really changed in terms of our people's thinking. Nothing has changed in terms of even the politicians themselves saying that they need to fight for the rights of Nigerians. Everybody is still trying to scheme. Everybody is trying to see who they can manipulate. Everybody is still looking for how to grab power. You understand? Grab power, and not like they will make good use of the power. The objective is just take the power and become influential, enrich themselves, and go home. So that's the only thing I will say. Because tell me why, what's his name? Tell me why Rotimi Amechi, he used to be very, very vocal on that GEJ. He's no longer talking. He talked down on GEJ, later got to Buhari in power. And under Buhari, he never saw anything evil. Everything Tinubu is doing today, he learned from Buhari. And then suddenly you are now coming to say Nigeria is poor, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. El-Rufai that wants to start talking now. He was under Buhari. Buhari committed all manner of crimes. Did El-Rufai condemn it? Did El-Rufai say anything? El-Rufai was just one of his biggest backers. But that is the person Nigerians are still hoping that he's going to liberate Nigeria. Anyway, what do I know? Hey, we go learn that lesson we no one learn. We learn them by force. Thank you. Sorry, Songa, are you speaking? Alfonso, can you hear me?
No, I'm not. I can hear you, but I'm not. I'm not speaking. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm done speaking. Anybody that wants to speak, spoke. Me, I don't even have energy against it. All of us
That's,
will learn that.
that's the truth. I'm actually tired of all this coalition talk. What to do, Kwan?
The coalition talk for me is a deflection. It's not going to yield any meaningful result. It's a deflection. Because when you have power hungry people who are thinking about themselves, some are not thinking about 2027, some are actually thinking about 2031. Somebody like El-Rufai, his goal is not 2027, his goal is 2020, 2031.
Everybody has been bamboozled with this whole coalition conversation. The only thing that even make me started talking about politics in the first place is in the person of Peter, because of the chances and the messages he's putting out there. Not because of all of these whole people involved, this coalition. Let's even be very factual. These are like people will say, okay, Peter Obi also changed party and all that. But we know the we know the reasons, the causes of why he changed party. I cannot say it's the same thing for other politicians. Somebody like Okowa today, we understand why he moved parties. We saw that guy has a corruption case on hanging on him. I don't know what that case is today, where that case is today. And we've seen that politicians who move from one party to another, they move from one party to another just for like a safe haven for them. That a politician could come out and say, move to APC and all your sins are forgiven. And we have seen it in real time. People move from one party to another because of these reasons. But again, the difference is Obi moved for a different reason, which was very clear to every rational thinking Nigerian, and that reason I think is justifiable. All right. Again, and to people who support Obi, I think to now, I think people are succeeding in pushing a lot of people into a corner. With all of this conversation, that it's almost like you have to, if you're not speaking for the coalition with these status quo politicians, and then you're not saying the right things. But then again, I'm someone who believes that, again, if you have the right person, even if it's not in the person of Obi, if you have the right persons, the kind of politics I want to see in Nigeria right now is politics that would, be connected to the masses, to the poor people on the grassroots, so that everybody will start working for the country, not just the country working for a few people. So at the end of the day, the kind of coalition I want to see is the coalition that Peter Obi started in 2022, leading into the election, where people did something for the country or did something for his campaign and didn't expect to get anything in return. If that kind of energy could be replicated in the country, where people want to do something for Nigeria and not expect to get so much in return, the nation building mentality is what I want. And this coalition doesn't really present me with such I don't feel that energy coming out from there. I feel the energy coming out from there as an energy of power grab. Okay, this guy has done us this. Let's we the strong politicians, let's come together and rally the masses around and grab the power from them. So that for me it just goes against every of the principles that I've listened to Peter B talk about. So if there's a way we can have a like minds like him all over the countries, people like him, in that age bracket as well, from the east, west, north, and south of that country, and start rallying around people on the grassroots, and start building this country. This could sound like some kind of El Dorado, but again, that is what is needed to be done for Nigeria to finally start seeing some kind of development. We don't need a magician leader. We need a leader who can motivate, a leader who will do the right things, a leader who will do the right things at the right time for other people to emulate. Right? This whole thing of corruption. Even if Nigeria is, maybe Nigeria doesn't go after its those people who have looted the country. If we can even start now and start putting one and two together, start with whatever we have at the moment, cultivating, exporting, and doing production in the southeast, in Aba, cultivating in the north, doing all of those things. I think in the next 10 to 20 years, the country will be somewhere, and that for me is the long-term thing. But this whole short adrenaline rush of, let's just grab it. Then after you grab it, now you sit down, they look again, before the thing go trickle down. I will also speak to the medical sector of Nigeria. It's something that I don't know what to do about it, because it breaks my heart to see how doctors are being treated in Nigeria. Doctors earn less than 350,000 naira in Nigeria. That is less than $300. $300 for a medical doctor. So, and nobody is saying anything about this. Nobody is thinking about this. Well, we've seen somebody who has, over the years, shown concern on health, made proactive actions on health, speak about human capital development. But no, we don't want to hear those people. We want to make those people second fiddle to whatever discussion we're having. I mean, these people, these so-called politicians that we're seeing, the big ones we're seeing, they started these things at a very early age of their lives. They were in their 30s. And some people are already in their 40s here and still feel they are not, they should, I mean, please, if you do not decide to take these things from these people, there is no other way. If you do not decide and be firm about decisions on taking power from these people, from whatever coalition that is happening between the people, not with all. I don't care what anybody says. Like all of you, everybody here coming to say it has to be coalition between this, that. I don't care. That's my own. My own opinion is what I see, what I feel that is coming out from Obi is what I support. If he decides tomorrow to go, and that's his business. But again, the idea of grabbing power, it does. I mean, it doesn't. Just look at the faces of the people that are coming to talk about this coalition today. I mean, can we even differentiate? That's why I hate labels. I don't like labels at all, because labels will just, it would distract you from the actual content. That's why somebody can bring some from bottle, pour rubbish inside, and label it with all manner of things. That's what we're seeing. Let's focus on the people. Let's focus on the content, who the person is. You find the same people all who just about 4, 5, 6 years ago are just now suddenly we are. I mean, excuse me, if over 100 or 200 million Nigerians cannot decide their fate and decide what the right things are, I don't think any politician should really want to do that for them. This is my own my own honest opinion on this. It might be very unpopular, but the Nigerian people have to start building. The idea even should be to educate the Nigerian populace on political consciousness, not just anyhow voting, anywhere belle-face voting. Somebody who has come to talk about human capital. If there is no human capital development in a place, if you build the highest skyscraper in this world, it is not going to make sense. It's going to be useless, and it will still fail just because you're looking for a strong politician who has money to bribe people and do those wrong things to win an election. Excuse me, please. I mean, for me, I am not in. I think I just have to make that point very categorical, clear. That, I mean, this whole idea of, because it's been too much over these 2 weeks, and the fact that it's this much gives me some kind of, thoughts of this thing is being sponsored or this thing is being pushed from somewhere. I've been on spaces for the past 2 weeks. There's nowhere you go and you find people in their majority pushing this thing down your throat. Like, you must. If you're not doing it, it's not, now you're telling a man who left your political party for you, went on a very neutral new political party, went all over this country, moved about and gathered 6 point something million votes. You have the effrontery to come and start to think, okay, you want to make him a second video to whatever. Let's even leave that aside. I have also promised that I don't want to speak ill of anyone in this political thing. But again, a man who is going to be 81 years in 2023. What are Nigerians, as complex as Nigeria is, what are Nigerians looking for in a man like that? We always complain of old leaders. We always complain of leaders who have cabals because they are old, cabals running the affairs of the country. But here we are with a man who is relatively young for that position. Obi is not 60 something. So Medically, he's already like there, so relatively young for that position. But no, we still want to argue. Young people in our 30s, 40s want to argue if Obi is the right candidate. Excuse me, if you're from the northern part of this country, please go there and talk to your people. Let them know, because we want to build this country. We, the young people of this country, want to build this country. We're not going to keep having to allow these people decide our destinies for us. People go abroad to study and they end up never coming back, because you cannot come back to a country that is not functional after you've experienced what functionality means, after you've gone through what a functional society means. When you come to Nigeria, especially as a medical doctor, you 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 cannot, except your patriotism has to be on over the roof for you to leave medical practice outside Nigeria and come into Nigeria to practice medicine. People's lives are almost worthless in Nigeria. So young people all over this country, I want to urge you to begin to think progressive. The world has moved on. Progressive means development of human beings. Leave all these other things. All those things are secondary. All those things are secondary, and that is what I have to say. If anybody that has those qualities comes up from the north, southwest, southeast, south, that should be the criteria. Let's keep looking for the best. Obi might not be. I don't want to say it's the gold standard, but if whatever, as of today, with what we've seen, he seems to represent those qualities. If you're placing him side by side with every other candidate, why are young people in Nigeria still stuck in this whole give me money politics? Because I stand to be corrected. A lot of people who come on spaces to push this is too much. You guys know how social media work. Nothing flies if it's not being sponsored. And the way this thing is moving is being sponsored. I don't care anything anybody has to say. It's being sponsored. And the earlier we begin to see it like that, the better for everybody. The person you are following has told you that he rather do the right thing and fail than doing the wrong thing and getting it right. But no, Nigerians know. His principles do not matter to you. His messages, they don't matter to you. You want him to somehow go against his own personal principles just because you want him, because of you. People have prizes. I don't know what his prize is. And I think Nigerian people must, or the young people especially, from the age of 40 below, must begin to mobilize in this country. Begin to have political consciousness. A lot. Can you imagine the resources in the diaspora that could come back if Obi becomes president? Can you imagine the resources, not just physical money, the human resources that will come to Nigeria? Because whether you like it or not, Nigeria is a very, it has great potentials. And a lot of people are just waiting to see a little light and they will jump in. They're waiting to see a little chance and they will jump in. People live abroad. We know how it can be. You can have all the, your, hypotheticals, they call it in Russia, have all this thing, have everything. But somehow that's your Nigeria that is not so nice, that might not have that electricity, that might not have that security. Somehow your heart and your soul still yearn to be there. But again, we want to fail the society just like the ones in their 50s and 60s have failed us. That is what we want to do. Look at them today. Look at them. I said it earlier before a lot of people come on this space. Look at those people today. Whatever you see in their life, however their life is the projection of our own life in the nearest future. We are not the first people to go abroad we had people in their 80s when they went to abroad. Look at them. Just look at all of them today. And the ones that didn't go. Look at, if you are a part of the ones that didn't go, look at the life of the ones that didn't travel, that didn't live in the 80s, in the 70s. Look at the life of the ones that left at that time. Just see however their life is today. I'm not talking about the exceptions, the few exceptions that somehow found a way. I'm talking about the majority. That's who you're going to be. That's how your life is going to be eventually. Maybe even worse. Maybe even worse. So at the end of the day, let's push this direction, push this thing, continue to preach the competence, capacity. Let's continue to preach this thing, not just power grab, guys. Let it continue to be the words on the street. A president who has the competence, the capacity, and the track record to lead Nigerians. Nigerians want to see a young person as a president. To a population that's over 60% are young people. And we want, guys, please, I don't know how else to make other people understand this and see it from my opinion is not superior, but I hold on to it strongly because I believe that is the right thing. If you have maybe a counter to prove to me why an old man of 81 should be my president, when an old man of 81 cannot even run a very serious organization based on, not because of intelligence, but because of nature's call. This guy needs rest. Medically, he needs rest. Medically, he needs to be taken care of. So he shouldn't be. Do you know what it means to run a country? The stress. So an old man of that, this thing should not be put. Shouldn't go through all of that. And our system is still very much not a standard system that you can just say a president will go into that system and just operate with the system. Our system in Nigeria still needs to be fixed. A lot of things needs to be fixed. You need a lot of proactiveness in the system. But no, somebody should come and argue that with me. Somebody should come and tell me why we should go for an 81-year-old man rather than a 60-something years old man. While the president of France is in his, I think, 40-something or 50. Okay, that's a world power, Somebody should come and tell me that a person who has constantly, not just in these 2 years, track record coming from when he was governor, has shown that he cares about the human capital development, and any country who fails to develop people would not make progress. I say this all the time because I am somebody who has also benefited from such schemes, of not from him directly, but I understand that if you develop a human being, you've saved somebody, you've saved a society, you've saved a family. People who that's for me, that's how I see. Somebody should come and argue that with me. I want to see argument to counter these things that I'm saying now. Somebody who I was born in northern Nigeria, I was born in Niger State. All right. Somebody should come and tell me that agriculture that this guy is preaching morning, afternoon, and night, giving you statistics, that is not the right way to go. Somebody should come and argue that with me. There is land there in the north. I remember when we were there, we were given free land by my dad's friends. We should give him free land for agriculture. This land is just there. Look at when you travel overseas and you're moving across in the sky. Please do some exercise. Look through these countries. Look through the Middle East. And you see how brown that place looks. There is no greenery. It means there's no, people there have to really, really work hard to find something, to have something grow there. But when you arrive in Nigeria, you see everywhere, it's green. There's still life in the land. But nothing comes out from there. There's no production. The population is there. People say no job, no job. Look, a lot of Nigerians are unemployable. That's a fact. I've run interviews. A lot of Nigerians are unemployable. Again, not their fault. Most of them have gone through a very difficult time in school, a school that maybe is not functional, a school that the standard is substandard. So why can't we begin to look at these things as a problem to improve the standard of education, to improve the standard of living? An average Nigerian is projected to die at the age of 52 or 54. This is when your life is just even, 54. People say we have young population. Yes, we have young population because our people do not grow old. And why? The standard of living is low. The stress is too much. By the time you're 60, you're already dead. You die at 60, they say, oh, you try. But when you live abroad, you see people living 80, 90, and you see them, they have their stick, moving around, coming out for evening walks, moving around. But in Nigeria, no, it's a miracle. If somebody lives up to that, it's like, So let's begin to see these things. Let's begin to understand that you must focus on the people. Like, okay, say we hear some wicked build, what is it called? River State. He did all those structure he put there. How many people he actually developed? How many students could say, okay, yes, at the end of my 8 years, I've trained 200 doctors, for example. I have 200 engineers, electrical engineers. I have 200 computer scientists, AI. These are things that drive the economy. Teachers. But no, we leave everything. The man that is talking about this thing, we leave him. Now the idea is the idea you people want to push down our throat or push down my throat as a person is that there must be a power grab. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not in that thing. I've always been in my small shell. If that is what the case is going to be, I'll just be there as well. I just sometimes I don't know. People when older people talk about these things, people from what is it? People in their 55, 60 talk about it. I want to understand that that's where they understand these things from. But when I see people in their 40, 45 downwards, I sometimes I'm sorry, but I get really disappointed and sometimes irritated that we don't feel that we are old enough to lift this country up and take it to the next level. I mean, we don't even try. We haven't even tried to, we just at the end of it push the responsibilities to these guys. Oh, go and do this one for us. Go. It's like if I say, okay, well, Nigeria, everybody is looking for a way to live. I left already, like a long time ago. But again, yearning to come back. But again, people will tell you, no, don't try it. Something that people are looking for is what you have. You want to, don't try. So you understand that the mindset is still very bad. And Nigerians of this age, 40 below, we must begin to organize and see how we're going to fix this country by rallying around the right person, being around the right person. And that right person for now that I see, I'm not condemning anybody, is Peter Obi. And you might disagree, it's your opinion, you have your reasons. So let me yield now, talking for too long. Thank you. Chukwudima, are you there? This one open space, come out, sir.
I'm actually here, Mustafia. Um, I I'm actually here. I stopped to hear anybody. So, mm, so you are even back. All right. Okay. Yeah. So where are we? Mm, this guy was talking about our
You
involvement.
you dozed off.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, man. I was the last person this guy spoke about maybe 10 minutes ago. I just re-echoed my submission again, and every other person here is in the listener section, and just some guy, he has spoken as well. I mean, he asked a few questions based on, you know, so I'm sure he's just there as well, or maybe not. No, so maybe I don't know if there's nobody to speak anymore. Maybe you can close, then we come back later in the evening. Today is Saturday. People take their time to wake up, or you can leave it open for. I mean, but then again, I'm about to take a shower and go out.
All right. All right. That's no problem. I think I will close the space.
Yeah, but make
And
sure you come back later because what I want to say is, Chukwuma, since this is the route they want to go, we will make our points very clear and very, very, very sound. Uh, Whatever the case may be, it cannot be worse than it is right now. Uh-huh. So even if it's getting worse, I mean, well, let it be clear, like you said earlier. Let it be clear where the people stand, because this whole idea of every 2 minutes here and there, person will hear what is Obi this, Obi that, Obi second this one, Obi should do this, Obi should enter the primaries, Obi should do that, Obi should do, Obi should, Obi. I mean, please think with me personally. I mean, that's why if I enter any space and I hear people trying to downplay Obi because somehow they stylishly downplay this guy. They stylishly throw him under the. Somehow they will tell you no, 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 but they do it. They do it. They just put it there little by little. Then you come out and tell me, beg. So I don't have anything to lose for now. The only thing I have to lose maybe is in the future. Uh-huh. But for now, I did all right. You get me? So, and that for me is not a good talk. To sound like that is not something nice. To say, oh, I don't have anything to lose. I'm okay. Let every other person know. Uh-huh. There must be some kind of something must give. And the thing that must give this time around is Alhaji Atiku Abubakar should please deem it fit, see it as his responsibility to make sure that Tinubu doesn't become the next president after, doesn't continue as president. And the only way I believe he can do that is by, just not, doesn't have to even do much. He doesn't have to campaign. Just, leave the ring, if so. We don't even want to endorse or no endorse. Don't contest the election. Because if you say endorse, no, the endorse, like it'll be like say, let it be Tinubu and Obi. Just two horse race, two. Just don't need three, just two. Then let's see what's going to happen. Let's see if Tinubu will overpower these hungry people all over the country. Let's see. Except the people are not ready. If the people are really ready and get the right motivation, he can't. He can't. There's something like too big to rig. There's an election that if it's too big, you can't rig it. If like in a place like Lagos, I've made this instance before, where you have at least 20 million residents. Let's say 10 million can vote. If you're getting 7 million votes, are you telling me 7 million people are telling you this is where we're going? Or maybe in that 7 million, maybe 5 million telling you this is where we're going and you're going to rig the election. And no, you can't. You rig elections when when there is like, doubts. If they are rig Lagos, people will just still take it. It's Tinubu's base. But they rigged it so much that he still, after all that, he still won. Imagine that. So if you have a high number of votes, you can rig, you will still win, regardless. Because there's a point you can rig to. There's a point. you know. All right, Chukudima, let me go out. I told you I was gonna go out this morning when I woke up. I just got caught up with something.
All
Davai,
right, yeah.
Davai Tagda. So, if you're here later, I think I get notifications from you via message, so I will see it. If I'm at home, I will definitely join to start also having this conversation, because it's like when you keep quiet, these people want to push this thing down your throat. It's like, I mean, Davai.
Счастливо, братан. Дачу.
Да, вообще, вы где живете, где вообще? А где
Я живу в
зовут?
Питерсбурге, потом в Украине, потом в Летланд, потом я так поступал
Вообще, везде
много
были.
раз. Да.
Вообще. А что уехали из России вообще? Почему? Что так?
Потому что там в Питер было очень...
Скучно?
Да.
Неинтересно, да, вот?
Интересно было, ну... Не, я тогда не был так богатый, знаешь. Поэтому
Ну,
Украина
у вас
была
просто
как
план была
дешевле.
план просто другой был, поэтому
Да, план просто
была
другой
да.
был.
Да, я
Поэтому
тоже,
я ехал.
да. А что, Украина, то, что Украина близко в Европе, что ли, из-за этого?
Я там учил в Харькове.
Харьков.
Да,
Я
потом
знаю,
поступил.
слышал о
Да.
Харьков.
А знаешь Харьков? Там
Я услышал, да.
ближе где-то Белгород есть.
Да,
Это
да, да,
город.
да, Белгород.
Да.
Да. А
Это
в каком году
западная
уехали?
Россия, да?
Да, в каком году уехали вы?
В каком году?
Да.
2011.
Уехали?
Да.
Я тогда пока даже уже не приехал в Россию тогда.
Серьезно? Когда ты приехал?
Я приехал в 12-й год.
Ясненько.
Я в 12-й год приехал. Я приехал еще тогда.
Ты пока учишься или сейчас работаешь?
Я аспирант, как бы.
Ясненько.
Да, я аспирант. Я закончил мединститут, закончил ординатуру и сейчас аспирант, просто PhD, типа того. Вот. Вот. Но приятно здесь знакомиться с человеком, который вообще понимает, говорит.
Тоже здесь, да.
Да.
Ну, у нас есть много людей, да, которые, в Украине жил, в России жил или в Беларусь жил. И они русские, прекрасно понимают.
Да? Ну, я знаю Deep Sky. Не Deep Sky, я знаю Хослин Бенджамин.
Хослин, он жил, я думаю, где, он сказал Краснодар или что?
Да, Краснодар.
Краснодар, он сейчас
Краснодаре
в
он жил, да.
Нидерланде
Да,
живет.
Краснодаре он жил. Но он не говорит по-русски, как вы теперь.
Серьезно?
Но он говорит по-русски, но он не так, как
Чуть-чуть,
ты, да.
ясненько. Окей,
Да.
я говорю тоже немский. У меня есть,
Немецкий язык.
да, немский язык. У меня есть вот это за язык.
У вас
Для
быстро
меня это не
получается.
трудно вообще.
Выучить, да? Вам не
Да,
трудно
не
выучить язык?
трудно.
Но у меня было очень тяжело тогда.
Да,
Очень, да.
русский язык это очень тяжелый язык.
Да, у
Очень
меня было
тяжело.
очень тяжело. Я даже хотел сначала уехать домой, а потом подумал, мне все, что ты
Все
уехать теперь?
буква, или вообще не как английский, они как
Да,
разные.
даже проблема не в том, да, проблема в том, что там есть падежи, окончаниями там всякие, да, все меняется
Да.
всегда, вот.
Но знаешь что?
Маме, маму.
Доктор, слушай, знаешь что? Немский это пока хуже. Немский. Немский
Да?
очень хуже. В немский есть артикл, есть gender role. Когда ты говоришь, ты поменяешь. Всегда
То же
поменяешь.
самое, да, меняется.
Да, ты всегда меняется.
О май
Всегда.
гуднес.
Когда ты говоришь, ты, тоже думает, как меняется, да?
Да. Но
Да.
я сейчас не очень особо меняю, но я просто говорю, как я умею, man. А то вот то, что сейчас люди меня как бы понимают, я им понимаю, и все. Это для меня достаточно. Я просто учился на медицинском тоже. Из-за этого у меня более-менее медицинские терминология более-менее усвоился. Вот я. Вот, поэтому, вот. Но приятно, Сонга. Я, честно, не знал, что вы тогда-то были в России. Вот, вот. Но приятно, приятно.
Приятно познакомиться, братан.
Давайте. Пока.
Hey, hey, so yeah, how come you speak Russian and is that another language?
But I told you that bro, I don't work out small. I've lived in Russia now. Lived in Russia, lived in Ukraine, lived in Letland.
Ah,
I
wait,
don't
is
tell you
there
before.
anywhere? I
I
didn't
think I
know.
told you
Anyway,
before.
okay. I
Like
thought
for
it was.
foreign languages, I can speak Russian and German. For foreign languages, you know.
Nice.
And English, of course.
I mean, we don't take English as mother language, you know. You know what I going so that kind of thing. But I was trying to explain to Dr. CJ say he was trying to say that Russia they had or say come tell and say they was for German. No be joke, it's worse because as you they talk, you guys they think things just they change. The same article they use for a man, no be something you go use for a woman, no be saying something where you go use for a neutral something. So you have to keep changing. No be saying that's the way it work. You know.
Okay, you mean German is more difficult than Russian?
I think the only difference with Russian is that Russian alphabet, yeah, no really there like this. No, be then they call Cyrillic, abi, like Cyrillic alphabet. So to like for instance, wait till you go see something will resemble N. Actually, that's in a P, yeah, and so many things. But in German, all the alphabets is almost like English, just a few with like things on it. In German, they call it umlaut. So it's how you pronounce them. So, but the issue is that the grammar itself, the German grammar, is very, very, very hard compared to Russian. Russian grammar is not as hard. The changes are there, like on and now, this sort of thing. But in German, you change almost everything. So that if you're speaking, people understand what you mean. Otherwise, people wouldn't really. They think you're talking about a woman, but you're actually talking about a man. So you have to use the right articles and gender cases and stuff.
Okay, so which one is harder between Deutsch and English?
To write Deutsch and English, I would say German. Deutsch, I mean, you mean Deutsch now, German language, okay? Yeah,
Yeah, German language,
yeah,
yes.
Deutsch. Deutsch, I think joint is harder than English. English hard though. English grammar hard, brother. No be joke. But I think German this thing is very hard. I think
Mm,
you can ask Doggy and Grandmaster. They can tell you now.
okay. But sometimes it sounds like English.
Yeah, I mean they are Saxons now. These one are brothers. So don't be said
I,
that Germans and British people are kind of they're. I mean they're British people are Anglo-Saxons. In Germany they have the Saxons. Like there's a state in Germany called Saxony in Germany. So they're quite similar and they kind of originate from the old Germanic. When do they call them? Scandinavian tribes mixed with the colonization of Rome of all these areas. You get, so it's a mixture of the languages.
okay, okay, I see. So, but how come? But he seems to speak the Russian language very fluent. Is that, or is it because I don't understand it?
Yeah, I like the issue is that okay, I go talk say I got the gift of learning languages quick from my mom, right?
I
I
see.
got that gift. But like, my parents lived in Spain. From my father did his masters, a PhD. My father did his masters in Spain from 1986 to 88, right? I know my mom can still speak a little bit of Spanish till now. No be joke. Till now. Now later on, they before they went to Spain, they lived in Zaria. And my mom said they speak Hausa very well. As until today, my mother, because they live like around 5 years in Zaria. So in my family, now
Only
me
five
pick my
years.
mom's gift. My mom's is very good at languages. I pick them. Now why language they hard really for me, but some people like my sister, my younger sister is finding it very difficult to learn languages. So, but for me, I know they find them. I know they both. I'm just saying I'm just lucky. That's why it flows easy for me. And the thing about learning language is that you can learn the theory, you go class. So, but bro, if you don't practice that thing, you go forget everything. To be a waste of money. So you need to go out there, make friends, communicate. Even if they are locals, this is how you strengthen your knowledge of the language. Otherwise, you go forget them. But it's good to get the fundamentals. Yeah, if you go to the language school, they'll teach you all the grammar, and of course, like if you keep speaking, people will try to correct your grammar. And if you're also active on it, you also like update your memory, and that's how you get better at it.
I see. Okay, okay. So, does the Russian language is sound close to any other European language?
Yeah, Ukrainian and Russian are pretty similar. A little bit of Polish people say yeah, they can understand a little bit. I mean, they were also under the Soviet Union, but like they had a little bit of Russians within them. But let's say Baltic states now, they speak completely different from Russian. In terms of writing, their their alphabet kind of similar with Greek. That's the best I could say. So in Europe, apart from those countries that were colonized by Russia, like during the Soviet Union, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, they all have their own local languages, though, but they all speak Russian. But the issue is, I don't think their languages is like similar to Russian. So I think Russian is a bit distinct language in Europe compared to, let's say, if you come to Mid or Western Europe, where you see like if a Dutch person they speak, I mean Dutch is like Holland, Netherlands they speak. Oh, I feel pick up one or two. If I dey read their emails, like I do business with a few Dutch companies that kind of do filling things for my business. So sometimes they send me emails in their language, and like they send you the first copy of the email is in language, second copy is in English. So even in reading their language, I can pick up one or two things because it's quite similar to German. Then I think there is a language called Flemish in Belgium. That Flemish sound also quite Germanic. I no go lie. I've once spoken to a few of them. It sounds quite Germanic to me. So I think in Europe, German language is a little bit spread out, kind of like even if a Swedish person talk, if you pick up a bit what they're saying, the same with Danish person, you know. So these languages are kind of similar.
Okay,
Sorry. I think Sabia. Sabia. I made a mistake. Sabia have is quite similar to Russian. Which I know one Serbian lady, and sometimes I'll communicate with her in Russian, and she'll communicate back to me in Serbian. Also, I one time I was in Prague, Czech Republic. So I was in a shop. I was some person, and we were trying to buy something. So the woman cannot speak English. I know if you speak Czech, and so we need to find the middle ground for the because I was trying to buy something for a friend. So I was speaking Russian to the woman. The woman was speaking Czech to me because we are discussing numbers. Yeah, ein, adin, dva, drei, like 1, 2, 3. So it was quite similar. So it just came to my mind now. I think Russian is quite similar to some of these Eastern European countries.
I used
Yeah,
to think Croatia and Serbia is similar.
yeah. The Croatia and Serbia has to be similar. Yeah.
So, it's their names I used to see, and I think, why does their name mostly end with C? Is there? Is there
Like all
any
those
reason?
Vich, where did they answer?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and I Russians see the answer Vich now. Vich or Drov. Most of the time they see Drov, like Kudorov, Amdorov, this and that. These are basically Russian. Sometimes you can also hear Vich, Krasnovich, this and that. Most of the time it can be all those Eastern European, all those Croatia, Serbia, and stuff.
Of all their players, their name ended with each. I was like, it seemed I was kind of surprised. Is it a traditional name for them, or is it what? I don't know. Or is it something that I kind of was thinking it was not even their name that they gave them those names if they want to play for their national team. But someone now said that is their original name.
I think it's the original name.
I see. So I mean, there are many languages in Europe, just like any other places.
Well, plenty languages. Plenty languages. Europe and Africa then be the major. I mean, apologies to South Americans and North Americans, but and then be the major. I would say first world tribal people. But of course, politically they've changed the first, second, and third world thing to be political. So if you align with the West, or you are friends with the US and stuff, you're first world. Yeah, China, Russia stuff, second world. Then the rest of the world are third world, according to international political theory.
So, but those South Americans, they no longer have native languages, right? Do they see?
That is a very good question. Jose, one of my former colleague, in from hi, to this country, no be Paraguay. Um, if I remember, I'll tell you. But it's around all those Incas area. So we were discussing colonization. It was like, man, he was like, you guys in Africa, at least you managed to keep your language. Their own, they eradicated, or Spain completely eradicated their languages, that they tell you, and imposed Spanish on them. So he says the pain. If you see the guy, you see an Incas guy, carry long hair, carry long, do like all these native Indians. You get like
Okay.
Indians
So,
Americans carry
although Uruguay, Chile, and the rest, they don't speak any other native language. Only
Spanish.
Spanish.
Spanish or Portuguese in Brazil, according to him. That's why Jose was telling me, yeah, man, you guys for Africa, you guys did a good job. At least you make sure, say, you maintained your culture, and you get me. So the thing is that it's not as easy as they conquered us. Why is waiting they do us for Africa? What like no really reach waiting they do for South America? They tell you true, bro. They wiped out South. They not just population, no, the entire identity and culture, and replaced it with Spanish culture and Portuguese. And they tell you true.
While in North America, they use English.
Yeah.
Or
Now where Western Europeans go take over now? I think they try to keep Britain and Holland wrestled it out of Spain and Portugal.
okay, so those Spanish people were also in US and Canada before this.
Yeah, Christopher Columbus. I think Columbus is actually an Italian, or yeah, he's an Italian or Spanish that worked for uh, uh, the Spanish government. So I don't. I think yeah, Columbus. I think is actually Italian. Or you can Google it, or maybe I'm not sure. But the king of Spain then commissioned his voyage exploration to this thing. But the issue is say when Netherlands and Holland and Britain know Agbajikwa Faka, or they broke their hands and took powered them and took over the colony.
I see. So, but for example, in Asia, right? In the East Asia, how come they have that large population speaking very few languages, like Chinese, right? And Japanese, Koreans, and the rest. I mean, those people they have plenty number, but Their languages are not that much. Is it that or one of them dominated the others and used their language to colonize the other one?
Yes, but to be honest, when when it comes to the history of Asia, especially Southeast Asia and South Asia, I don't or East Asia, I don't really, I cannot say that I know too much, but I just know that back in the days, I mean, you should also know this. Japan was too powerful, and they tried to colonize around them. But also, before Japan became as powerful as it did, China was incredibly powerful. Before China was incredibly powerful, Mongolia was powerful. So these people were just, spreading around, conquering each other. And I don't know, I think Japan couldn't impose their language and culture on China. They couldn't, they just couldn't. They tried, they just couldn't. Um, which other country? But I think China tried. China, I think during the Qin dynasty, they expanded to places like Singapore, Taiwan, all those areas, and that's why they are. I mean, they Taiwan would say they are on their own, but I think, as history said, these are like rebels who receded after the war. So, but the issue is that they have a similar language. Someone said, the other day I was talking to a Chinese lady, and she's from Hong Kong. She said, and I can't ask and say whether she did speak, whether she sabi speak Mandarin. So she can understand, she can speak, but she doesn't speak Mandarin that much. That she speaks similar Canton. Waiting be that the Mandarin and Cantonese, Abi. That's what they
And
speak in
then,
China. Yes, Mandarin and Cantonese.
okay, I see. So is that means it's similar language then?
Hong Kong is China, and just that you, the West seized it from the West
Okay,
seized it from China
okay,
back in
that's
the
why
days.
they say one nation. What do they call it?
Yes, one nation policy now, unification policy now. They seized it, and then after they gave them back, and then because after 100 years of Taiwan, being under Western rule and stuff, they wanted to, stay back because I think not Russia, the agreement was like after 100 years or so, but I think they gave back Taiwan. Like Britain left Taiwan after a while. So China said, man, we are taking this guy. I'm sorry, not Taiwan, Hong Kong. China decided to make the move. It was a very, very brutal, like forceful move. And I think Hong Kong has been completely annexed back to China. It remained Taiwan. Now that Taiwan now, now if it cause war. Right,
Okay.
Taiwan fit cause serious war because the West no go agree. The West have invested way too much, bro. Not be just money, technology,
So
infrastructure.
China want to take over Taiwan again.
Yes, now it's part of them now.
I remember during that Republican primaries, one of their contestants said the US will protect Taiwan until they become semiconductor independent. So the reporter was like asking him, "Are you going to abandon them when you become semiconductor independent?" Because it seems they produce a lot of semiconductors in
Yes,
Taiwan.
no. Yes, no. That's the main place being produced, and not just production. There's mad research and development. That's there to produce the next generation these things. And to be honest, the blueprint of those technologies, they came from the West, right?
So why would China now want to go and take over another country on their own? What are they looking for there?
The thing is, you never know. They are close to China, and
But are they threat to China
they
like
are a
the
threat to
way?
China. They're a threat to China in the sense that they have a strong backing and alliance with from the West, right? Especially the United States. And I don't think, like for instance, there's a U.S. Base in Japan. There's a US base in South Korea, and I think I don't know if in Vietnam or so. And the US, what they're trying to do is to encircle China. That is part of their containment agreement or arrangement. So, in this way, to if you encircle China with enough military bases and stuff during the war, like if war breaks out, it will be even hard for China to get external help. For instance, like if all those Southeast Asia Sea and stuff is blockaded, and China calls from help from Russian, let's say, Navy and stuff, it will be hard for Russian Navy to cross and get to them. So this encirclement is what China is strategically trying to resist. And that encirclement probably will be complete as soon as they manage to get a proper military presence in Taiwan. I don't know if they have a full military presence now, but if they have a proper military base that can at least host close to 60,000 troops, that's a very dangerous position to be in if you're China. So China is trying to make sure that Taiwan doesn't fall completely to the West, because even Australia has already, is trying to be part of the containment agreement as well against China. So China is only trying to make sure that it's not completely settled. And we know how the West they be. Once they don't feel they don't settle you, or they go attack you. They'll attack you and they will destroy that your civilization. That's just what they will do. No be joke. So
But does
China,
anyone think that the West still want to attack anybody in this modern day? Is it possible?
you say?
Does anyone think that the West still want to attack anybody again in this modern day?
My brother, if you dull, they go attack you for your resources. So yes, so they will attack you.
But they have not done it lately now. Where have they done it?
They've not done it lately. That doesn't mean that it won't happen as quick as possible. You just need to find, because the issue is, say, even Western countries are very afraid of their own people, right? To be honest, though, so public opinion of their own people is important. So most of the time, you need to justify this war to your people, right? And that's why you need to come up with so many, accusations and this. You see CNN, BBC, everybody carrying it. Before you know it, they're just using that to test the mind of their people. And if you see that, yeah, they can, then they'll move in. Um,
They
uh,
like what they did in Libya,
what they
right?
did in Libya, what they did even to Saddam Hussein during the Kuwait War, all those things. So it's the West cannot just wake up, yeah, go fight you. Their citizens go fit cause problems for them, but the intelligence agencies will need to keep whipping up things, whipping up sentiments until, let's say, maybe the masses or their people will be like, okay, we don't care, as long as the war doesn't come to us, go do your shit out there. Then they'll bring the war to you. And
Oh,
that's why they're trying to whip up sentiments against this Burkina Faso guy. Yeah, and it's beautiful thing that Africans are resisting it, because first of all, they might need legitimacy from the same masses where they want to come invade. They might need you guys to be like, oh, we are suffering and stuff, and then they will tell their people, you see, these people are suffering. They need some democracy. They need to have the life you are living. These are all pretexts for just
if
one
you check
invasion.
in everything, they put those people as they are very backward and all those things. They are suffering terrorism. So, I mean, you will not. But I think both of them are just spreading propaganda. I don't think any of them is telling the truth. Either the West or the Burkina Faso
Or
guys.
Burkina Faso. Anyway, for me, nothing concern me and the West. I'm an African. Burkina Faso is close to me. If war is up there, if it spill over, if it, that's the word, fit. If it spill over, especially knowing the kind of president where they kind of align very well, very much with France. Nigeria will be like, oh, don't worry, France, I can send maybe 20,000 troops to come help you. Um, so this is just a thing, and I'm very, very happy. Say Africans are not buying all these accusations. Say the guy they thief their people gold, the guy, gold where you people have been thieving since. So they have been stealing that gold since, paying them nothing, and now they want to accuse the guy of human rights. This one, and Chukwudima, at that same time, they are whipping up extremists to attack the country, bad, like
It's just,
extremists.
it's just like not like this Nigeria matter now. So they will pretend there's no human rights abuse in Nigeria. If a military dictator takes over and is trying to sanitize the system, they will not come out with all their nonsense. Oh,
Of
human rights.
human rights, this one. All of those things are just and the issue is say in international political theory, there's a guy called Barry Tim Moore who argued say now British guy you who argued say make all this thing when they talk about human right and nonsense. Now projection of the West perspective on human right because first of all you need to understand cultural and traditional perspective of different nations. Every country cannot be the same. Yeah. But of course, as humans, we need to have a standard that guarantees, say, human rights. But the issue is that the current world standard for human rights is based on a Western view of the religious, cultural, and social arrangements. This cannot fit all around the world, right? So that's why some theories in politics think that all of those things are just a pretext for invasion to gain access to resources and all those things because in the truth they don't care, they don't send you whether you're human rights or not. It's just that's why I think international politics is a very very dangerous thing. Not be joke, oh. It's very dangerous. You have to be very careful. These men, all these big countries, they don't care. It's all about if you do anyhow they will destroy your country. Bro, they have the capability to destroy your country and set you back 100 200 years. They have it. They have the money, they have the men, they have the technology. So that's why you need very smart people as your leader. Because normally, as big as Nigeria is, the president of Nigeria shouldn't be even focusing so much in local politics. His main job is foreign affairs, is foreign relations. His foreign policy is what will drive the macroeconomy of the country, not having too much involvement in states. That's why we need the strong institutions to run the state this thing. For instance, bro, in Germany, how many times where they hear Merz or Olaf Schultz open a mouth, they talk about internal this thing. Most of the time you hear about Merz is outside. Yeah, with France, with this one, with this one. Why? Because there are so many institutions that are making sure that Germany is run well. Yeah, the guy no fit just make up and make decision. No, but when it comes to foreign policy, yeah, that is prerogative. Leave that one for him. That's why he's made chancellor. And Nigeria is so big. Where they say the president, like president spending way too much time in local affairs can affect how he deals with foreign relations. And the day, this will also affect whether businesses will come, whether we can have alliances, whether we'll have partnerships and stuff.
Now why Tinubu just dey take time dey travel to France? Maybe say in the meet up.
Yeah, I mean, France would only be his best bet to sell him to the US. But the problem is, see, I know Macron and Trump, to, they pally like that. Yeah. Macron wants to play leader in Europe. Not maybe actually wants to. He's trying to do that. Wants to play leader in Europe, and in that sense, when it comes to the Ukraine war, they are trying to tell Russia, US to please, under Trump, especially under Trump, to please stay away. We'll handle it here, you know. But the issue, that's what I'm trying to say. If let's say, because I know that United States man would not cooperate. I don't know, to be honest. Let me not just be saying with I don't know. But based on body language, I don't think that Trump might entertain Tinubu that much. But you need someone like Macron to be like, tell Trump, calm down, this is the plan. Allow him, just listen to him, that sort of thing. That's why I think Tinubu, they always go circle that man for France.
I see. But they say na what they call am? Na you get one family where they go meet, say no be the president they go see. That Shagori abi who?
Yeah, who tell say no go see president? If you want to do official meeting, go see, you go do official meeting now. They go snap photograph. But when they discuss all this backdoor deal, you don't even know when Macron go invite them to State House to with him that no be Versailles. Oh, no be Versailles, no be their palace. And their palace, presidential palace, if you invite them for midnight or they go film me somewhere in one chateau somewhere, then go discuss what they want to discuss. Everything doesn't have to be under the cameras. So, but I still think that Tinubu is making a strategic move because all those Chicago stuff, that thing really indicted his image. Like it put a huge dent in his image, and it would be very hard for, let's say, core Western countries to listen to him, especially Western countries that don't have a colonial history in Africa. So he can work
But
very well with British people.
that guy almost never visited UK. I mean Tinubu.
No, he visited though. He visited the UK last year now, but
I
he
mean,
visited UK for just medical whatnot. You know,
yeah, what I'm saying because Buhari was almost always in UK.
not be UK Buhari there now.
I see they there now, so they talk.
He has a house in UK now. He never had a house until he became president. After he became president, he had a house in UK. And now he's almost staying there. Now when they receive most of his visitors now. Now make you
Okay.
see how unpatriotic these people there.
Him buy
How
house for UK
unpatriotic.
after he become president.
Tinubu never, Buhari never had even a basement as a 10 square meter apartment in the UK. But now he has an apartment in the UK. That's where he stays most of the time to receive his visitor. You know, they see him for news, say this, all these former people that work with him went to visit him and greet him in his house in the UK. How did he get a house in the UK?
So now wait, him buy the house, I been a rent in the renter.
And they say his house, so it has to be that he bought it or he's renting it. I don't know, to be honest, but the point is that after you served as a president of a country, you decide to be staying most of your time in a foreign
Uh,
land. It did
um,
weird now.
that guy, so all this thing when him be they complain before he become president, now make he can enjoy it now because
All these people now cycle. All these people no be bro. My integrity in Nigeria no day. There's no integrity. Na the most scarce resource we get in that country. Person say
um,
you could do this, they could do That's and for real. You know what is the boss my head there?
people head they talk because I remember that time when he never become president, they talk say he no get any house any part of the world, only in Nigeria and only one house for Daura. And those things the thing sounded nice that time, but now when he don't come get, I mean, so now jealousy be the worry and since now. No be
Jealousy
like
now, jealousy, quest for power. I mean, to be honest, like let's say after you spend years contesting and contesting, you became president. You just didn't do anything, like nothing. What you say
just
to be like, I spent
just
years,
pack,
I spent
just
years.
pack money, packing people, put
Yeah.
everywhere.
As in spend years, say the fight. So that you see Atiku. I'm sorry for an Atiku supporters. Though. Atiku has nothing to offer us in this country. He just
Now
wants his political ambition fulfilled. Oh, then he will die.
then
I'm
he
telling
go
you true. He has nothing to offer us.
then he go put in children for another strategic position.
To be honest, in children, to be honest, Atiku has a way of controlling his children.
No, but the thing wey dey be say I know and this thing now dey obvious. If e be say im don see say im mate like Obasanjo get am, Buhari finally get am, so im suppose still get am. And Tinubu im friends, all those im guys don see hold am. So make e still get am, still use opportunity still put one or two together.
Because
Because I no know wetin im dey find now. The guy don why you go dey 81 dey find I mean
it's very rich, a rich man, very rich man. No. Well, like waiting exactly are you looking for. Like waiting you supposed to enjoy your old age, your retirement with your grandchildren. Now money where you dey find. You're an established man, you have a big company in the country and around the world. You're worth hundreds of millions, maybe in dollars. Waiting else where you need. Just enjoy your retirement. Play with your grandchildren, teach them wisdom, teach them, bring them to life. But all these people know make I answer Baba president. So that when he will be done with his presidency, he will be 80, maybe not 80, how many day now? It's not 81. He'll be
e go dey
from there, he'll be
80
like almost 92 years old.
89 na e go dey wen e dey comot for power like dis abi
Wait, in the 81 now, so now
im
maybe this year 82.
dey 79 now, so by the
Ah,
time
okay. Okay,
by
yeah,
the
he'll be
time
around
im go
88, 89 if he becomes president
by
in
the time im
2027.
go dey run for presidency e go dey 81. And you go all those things na package, because I know say you no get how that guy go dey normal by now. That one na lie.
Dementia fee kicking. So many things fee kicking.
All those things don already kick in. That thing they package and to bring am for public.
You
Now
see,
wetin
on top of it, he's going to receive medication that can alter his the way he makes decisions.
yeah, wetin dem dey do now so that e no go dey obvious.
Yeah, I just think say now our people we need stand up. No be saying anything. I keep saying this. I know
But
the I
but
have.
but why young people dey support that kind thing na? I no understand. Wetin be all these things? Why
Bro,
young
I don't
people?
understand. Our people not just be. I know. Okay, the other day for coalition talk, one our northern brother came in and said, "Say nothing concern him. So all you just know is say make they push Tinubu come out. Say even if make worse person enter, say no sell. Now I can say, Shebi, you see the mentality we say we don't need. Which one be say
Omo,
make you won't jump
this
from frying
this
pan to
thing
fire?
this thing this thing be say you see the northerners they know wetin they no dey find any good government. I mean all of them. This one na no be like say they know wetin they get vendetta on this guy. They just feel like say the guy no do wetin they want and they wan find a way to pursue am. So
The same thing for good luck. So now,
all
now
this
that good
one
2023, 2013, 14 till now, we'll see again here.
all this one about oh El-Rufai go defend all those things. If you say El-Rufai na minister today, all of them no wan talk that part. Like say him still be minister. All this nonsense when they come out dey talk, he no go dey do am o. He go just calm down there. Anything wey Tinubu do, him go dey defend am. If Tinubu talk na him go come out dey insult Nigeria like all Jose Okaro dey do. Say Nigerians are lazy, Nigerians dey like free. Na him go dey do am now. But based on say they no give am ministerial position, him don comot for outside dey form coalition. Coalition kill all of them there. See as person wey waka with Tinubu everywhere go dey campaign with am. All of a sudden now, Tinubu don turn bad man.
You
Even
don't know what's in what now. That's just politics in our country. It's everything they personalized. And it not supposed to be so. Everything is highly personalized. You're gonna might tell you something. You get one guy why Sabi before. This guy was I think was even arrested for fraud and stuff and jailed and came out. I just saw his profile for Facebook because I'm going through a comment. I saw him. I said, "No, be this guy, be this." The guy and a strong propagator of my state governor. Let's say they even work together. Can you imagine?
so why be say na only people wey get crime na im dis people dey
Can
fight
you
o?
imagine? And before you know it, one day, this guy na special advisor. One day, now so he go just dey climb, and become the governor of Enugu State. Like this, you go dey thief. I sabi this guy now. He go thief all our money.
Omo, when they don go commit crime abroad finish, dey come Nigeria come dey.
I saw the thing this morning. I say, ka. Now so it is start. Now so it is start.
Omo, dis guy,
And that one no go fly, yo. We'll shut that guy down.
omo, if dis guy do second ten ure, forget am o. If im bad do, na so e dey be na. No be so even dem Umahi be that time. You go think say these people no go go anywhere. As far as say they find way attach themselves. And na why me personally, I no wan make APC take over Anambra State. No be like because if you look am, the candidate per se na person wey from my local government. If I go choose to campaign for anybody, na him be the likely person based on the other guys. Nobody good, right? But this one go fit bring something come close. But you see these APC Anambra people, right? Whom don they don't suffer. I mean, those people don't suffer really. I mean, they don't suffer. They don't suffer for acceptance. Even that time of Andy, but I not get what thing they no do. They don't really suffer. So if by mistake APC finally dey, you no go push these people come out to be honest with you. Then go come begin the hold one or two position. Before you know am, people wey you know say you no get anything wey they no dey any useful. They will come begin the call shot on how people. I mean, I don't know why politicians always do this thing. These people don't help you do wetin they want. You don't get to come these people, pull people wey go do the work. No. You go carry people wey be ordinary, I mean, these people don't get any profession. They don't get any training for their life. Nothing. Some of them don't even go university. So when they finish, they feel go do all this buy certificate, run all those things. Just they stay around. Because they put them in strategic. You get one guy when I know. I come back and see that guy they try run for local government chairman. This guy, I know if that guy finish, okay, maybe he finish secondary school, but I don't know as it do it matters. They put him in charge of revenue something. This guy literally was stealing money. I mean, he nearly go jail, but now based on settlement because some people set him up, right? Then before you know, police come pick him from front of, you know that from Abuja. So the day when him they talk to us as him take escape, he come they do and say na God this, na God that. Because me come know say no one tell us wetin happen. Say he enter lions then me I just dey look the fool. At that time, that guy, the kind money where that guy been they spend. When in May, when we be dey hustle, they try read for jam, they do better. This guy just they waste government. Like the guy be your come on like 500K spend that time. Like and like nothing will be like 10 years ago, 8 years ago. And
Hmm.
waiting they happen then. They just now something of I don't forget revenue something. They go collect like 100 tickets from government, right? They go just record like 10. Any other money where they even that time with POS newly enter, any other money where they corner the money. This will fit in one day make like 3 million, just one day. Then they go register 200K on top government money. Any other money where they enter their pockets. Now this thing these guys they do. Then go they gather people like and when you see all of them, now the reason why they do all these things, may you just be say some of them come down white as that one wey be say they focus on even campaign fund. They don't even they wait. Make the person enter government, make they begin steal. No, make from the campaign now they start to they steal their own. All those things. So I don't. So when you see all these people now, they go come they tell you say you want because now waiting I they see with any or many of the because I no fit dey when they tell me all these people the traditional PDP the one wey dey Nigeria now if you finally dey project something like Atiku or something na these people you dey work for because their friends across this thing na the traditional politicians the Chris Oba dem the boys wey dey with those people na this type of people wey be say um when time finally reach they go tell you find place for this my boy na just wetin dey just put this my boy somewhere and na wetin so if na that kind thing na you dey carry my strength say you wan comot Tinubu e no really make sense e go be better say you go even align with Tinubu make you still collect from Tinubu than waste this strength in saying you dey fight for you wan comot Tinubu for power because e no really make I don't see these guys like this they well placed like this just the only thing wey dey even that time of Ngige and Chris Oba wetin be the problem Chris Oba wan use commissioner of finance settle in boy when because they na dem fund Ngige in fact na dem make Ngige president governor na because no other person Ngige bin no even wan run for senate so they come go remind Obasanjo say e get one of im doctor wey bin treat am for prison say that guy now since him dey run for make they make am governor and na wetin bin make Ngige bin get mind face those people because Ngige na Obasanjo doctor when that time when him and Shehu Musa Yar'Adua dey prison wey dem bin wan inject am according to wetin they talk so na Ngige bin save am from poisoning so when they come make Ngige governor So Ngige use strong head for those people based on say he still believe say he still get personal relationship with Obasanjo, which e dey possible say these people no know. I mean, these two, the Chris Oba, because Chris Oba, elder brother Andy Oba, na Obasanjo right hand man. So that guy was like, he was like the most powerful person on earth on Nigeria at that time, because for you to see Obasanjo, although say na domestic aid o, but he come position himself based on the kind person wey he be. Any letter wey you wan send give Obasanjo, na him go first read am. So if you no wan make you see Obasanjo, you no go see Obasanjo. If you no wan make Obasanjo attend to you, Obasanjo no go attend to you that time. So, but unfortunately for Beningig also get some relationship with Obasanjo. So na wetin be making Ngige get im own mind small that time. So he come tell Ngige say him wan make chartered accountant be in this thing, in commissioner for finance. Say they fit choose any other post, but you see that commissioner for finance say you need chartered accountant. Na those people say no way, say they must put the boy. Now they say no way. Before you know am, they tell am say make he write a resignation letter saying no resign before. So why they force am write the letter? They don't tell am say they wan carry am go back to im village for Alo wey im dey. Tell dem say no, say im na Lagos boy, make they take am back to Lagos. So na there they come get the fracas wey make dem kidnap am. Before person come call, Obasanjo come give order say make they release am. But so no be this kind thing person wan dey do. You go just dey some criminals wey dey wan steal from Nigerian resources. Look at Atiku wey don dey, e don make all this money, e don get all the connection. No, and as lucky as he is, nobody like even Obasanjo, Goodluck Jonathan, even Buhari, none of them went after his business. All his businesses are flourishing. So what exactly does he actually want?
It's very simple. Like the guy has everything. He just wants to have that commander in chief title. Maybe he wants to have a state burial. I think every president, past president, gets a state burial. Maybe so, or state
But,
funeral.
him na
All those
Muslim.
small things to
State
go
burial
down in history as president of
dey
Nigeria. All those
matter
sort of
for
things.
Muslim. State burial dey
You see?
matter for Muslim. Him na Muslim na state burial dey matter for Muslim.
Not true. I mean, when Yaradua died, but they did state burial for Yaradua, but just bury him like that.
Based on say he died in power, sha, but yeah, but na one day thing na, but they come dey declare mourning and all those things. Every 1 hour they go play one or two those their things. But e no go dey like if to say na no be Muslim him be. Na that time they go come dey do all those decoration, put flag, put all those things. But like say na Muslim, they no dey. Na that
But
day
you go
that
to my, you go, I know what they disturb me, say, you know, even if you come to my state, Enugu, there's no candidate where I feel points say, oh, this guy could be a strong contender uh, against Peter Mba. I'm telling you, we don't have any candidate now in Labour, Apical,
that guy don comot
PDP.
go
We
join
don't
am for
get.
Labour na.
You
Just for
say?
PDP. The guy wey campaign with that Edoga don join Peter Mba for
But
PDP.
I don't even think if Edoga came out again, say people go vote for them. To be honest, if they say he come out again, if they say he come out 2027, I'm not sure say he go get that vote. You get, he wasn't that popular. The guy just na Peter Bio. Make I just tell you, for me personally, I no support him. Even though say na for my actually not politically not from my side, but culturally not from my side. I know support him. Why?
Say
Because
my friend from issues or wey be dey support am that time well well.
once they say me and my elder brother, my elder brother tell me say, wait, me and my elder brother will talk that time for WhatsApp. We begin to find for YouTube whether we fit see an interview where this guy can talk. We found one in one TV, like TV station where we not too know. I don't know whether na Afia TV. I cannot remember that TV. Oh God, the interview was not no. The interview no follow. I know. I mean, I didn't come out openly to start criticizing the guy, but me, I preferred Frank Weke. Even though people say Frank, but the issue is that all of them are Chimaroke boys. That's the issue. All of them are former governor boys. You dey get so we don't have any independent like proper person for the people. That Edoga, believe me, Chukwurema, is an opportunist. He just wanted to use the opportunity through this thing to win the election. Yes, what Peter Mba did, I don't like it, but the guy now don't even prove to Enugu people say he's a very foolish person. He doesn't even know how to play opposition. He don't get anything. Just like a typical opportunist.
Oh, if
He
you see
doesn't want to work hard for anything.
the kind fight where people fight for this app because of that guy.
And the guy gently moved
Okay,
to be just tell you say the guy
people
was not and
people when don't know where Enugu State they become enemy for this app because of it.
waiting where you mean no tweet on behalf of this guy.
Ah,
Rally people for this guy. Where the guy there now? He don't go so an opportunity is an opportunity. Just don't like to work
this
hard for
thing,
anything. Just look for the opportunity to go take him.
oh, this say written be when I see say the guy join PDP on the thing yo. I mean, now I mean they talk that day of election. I mean they try convince one or two people to vote Labour Party parallel. Those people tell me say the rest of them are thieves. Say they not go vote anybody. Say why even tell me? They tell me I got tell them say I go throw away they say they go leave am blank. No be say they mean wetin they talk, but they want make those people pay them before they vote for them because they believe say those guys they no fit give those people organic support. And now the level where we don dey get to now be that because and e dey justifiable because you no fit dey fight for your pocket come dey wan use me as come dey wan use my head say you dey fight for better Nigeria or say you wan remove Tinubu.
Is what opportunity with that guy. Now I tell you, say I'm pretty happy. Say after 2 years, he came out to his full self. Like, yes, I'm actually an opportunist, and thank God, say you guys didn't vote for me. I was really highly disappointed. I thought this guy, but the guy, no. So right now in Enugu, I think the governor will win second term. No be joke because there's no strong contender. No one is even coming out to do interviews. To start. Bring yourself, make people start to know you. Nobody's doing it. Nobody they do it.
Na so e be for Anambra also. This guy, I mean, Soludo don almost, but Soludo don almost clean the tickets now, so no need. Even Tinubu don see say no way, and Tinubu be like saying the supporter. So I mean, my guy been dey work with Soludo. Him get, him convert, I don't know whether na nursing, he convert in this thing to school. Say he wan convert am to nursing school. I don't know the kind business him and Soludo do. I no understand wetin happen. He come call me say one thing say him don declare him support for the APC guy. I come tell am say no problem. He say make we join work together. I tell am say problem no dey. He come tell me say Soludo dey owe am 52 million. I tell am say na why he come dey tell me be that. If na wetin I mean, go find your own, go fight your own fight now. This kind nonsense people dey do. And I see the same thing because I know na before for that 2015 na that time me I go I mean these people go just they don do one better underground deal like this. Then they go come catch some people for corner. Come dey make those people dey believe say for one or two reasons. Look at this guy now, Victor Ome, for example. All that guy wanted was, was to be in Senate. After all the nonsense he said about Peter Obi and everything, he can finally get opportunity. I mean, he didn't go Apuga primary, so they beat him. Does anyone call beat him black and blue? He run enter LP, go deceive the guy who probably hold the ticket. The guy call probably step down for him. and you go give that one small money. We don't say that one no get sense. Him can't go front himself. As him win finish, they see they litigate case for court. Him don dey support Tinubu. I mean, they see they litigate person from the same senatorial district with wetin they call am with Peter Obi. They see they litigate presidential election case. Him don dey support Tinubu. But those guys na very nonsensical people. Or this other, I mean, this guy. No, 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 no. And na this same thing that they do say you want power, you want power. Now look at someone like Loretta Onochi. I mean, this guy na man wey be say they been there under Tinubu Buhari government. Chop, they insult us, they call us whalers. So all of a sudden, based on say Tinubu don sideline them, then they want front article and use northern sentiment with the hope. And that thing na like caging us, especially those of us from southeast. I don't know what will happen in south. It's just like caging us to make us believe that let P2B not run, right? Let's see, because they believe that no way southeast will vote for Tinubu. Let P2B not run, then somehow you go stay one place. You must vote for them if P2B no run. That's the main, that is just their wetin they push or this set of lunatics as they see them so. So let P2B no run so that e no go take away their votes. Somehow, this guy must get. I mean, these guys, they dey very. So man, whoever don't collect money, make e go find where e go find him vote. May no come dey use P2B dey find vote. Because as e dey now, they want use P2B. I mean, all of them just want. Now just wetin they want do, just to convince this guy. Guy no run. We know say your voters no go vote Tinubu, no matter what. So make we capitalize on that. Then they hope on northern sentiment. Oh, northerners no, because if these northerners actually no want Tinubu, you no go dey fear. Say if you put P2B, you no go vote am. Na just the truth be that. If they no want Tinubu, they suppose vote Peter Obi. But if they no want Tinubu, abeg you need to put article before they go vote. You no know say problem dey. Anyway, I think
We're in a serious dilemma in this country, in that country, I'll not be joke. I need to find a way to get out of this hole where we're there inside.
Good morning.
boss, good morning.
Good morning, Chief.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak anyway. Um, I've been listening to both of you and I really share your views because somebody cannot see good water and because he feel that he can manage bad water, he will go for bad water because that is what he feel he can manage. But there's a good one that he can just walk a little kilometer. Just a little kilometer, he will get that good one and drink. You cannot see somebody who went to Lagos because I was sharing this with one of my friends in one of our meetings. Somebody went to Lagos. Tinubu has never lost in Lagos for many years. He beat Tinubu hands down. That is without spending so much. Do they even know how much Tinubu spend in Lagos? With an incumbent governor, with the Aboros. If we look at Lagos, Lagos is a mini Nigeria because virtually every tribes are represented in Lagos because of the nature of Lagos. And he beat this man that has ruled and pocket Lagos. Do you know if it's a election that is based in Lagos? Do you know P2B would have been the leader in Lagos. So this is the person they want to be a deputy. Sometimes people, the way they reason makes me feel that those people are working for Tinubu. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather keep my vote if Obi is not coming out. Keep my vote and relax. Because when we look at the optics, how old is this man? He's old, let him rest. If he can still run, let him wait for 4 years. 4 years, he runs. There's nothing there. But for the 2027, let him wait. If somebody is old, he retires, he rests. Becoming the president is not a birthright. If the opportunity comes, you become one. The opportunity comes for you to be a president, you become one. If the opportunity is not there, you support somebody who have a better chance than you. If you have been patient in 2012 and work with Goodluck Jonathan, probably you would have even gotten a better shot. You were part of the people that work against him. Now that we are supposed to be talking about how we can reform election, they are coming out with article and the rest. For me, it's a distraction. As far as I'm concerned, everybody is suffering in this country. And everybody know that Obi would have done better. Me, I've spoke to so many people, many places. Most would think Obi has lost maybe his electoral value. A lot of people are just waiting for 2027 to tell you what their mind is. And the worst mistake they can make is to coalition. If they want it to even die before coming up, is to remove the one heading it. He should be the one piloting it. He should be the one raising it. Because it does not need government money to pull its vote. Somebody already have a grassroots vote. Somebody who already won an election, because 2023, he won the election. Black and white. Because it's not easy to win Lagos and win Abuja. That is how you know where elites are, where people who are really ready to choose without you having anybody. If they really want to know who P2B is, let INEC be independent. Let that. All of them.
Wait, so right, is Jin the breaking or is it me?
Yeah, I think it's breaking.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah,
Impa, welcome.
Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you, but it seems you are breaking small, small.
Okay, so sorry. So am I clear now so that if I can continue?
Yeah, clear.
Yeah, so if they really have heart and they want to know how popular Obi is, let Atiku be there, let Obi be there, let Tinubu be there, and let INEC be independent. Before 12 o'clock, that election is all over, even in the north. People are growing up now. People are learning the difference. Even in that north, people are using their language to share. And I still feel that the best candidate for now is Obi and that, because they've done it very well before. The only thing we need is to strengthen and block and work on the mistake we made before now. Following our foot. So, sorry. Following our foot. With it, we'll do. Without correlation without the citizens is nothing. These people keep on stealing from us. It's still the same money they want to bring and do what? Do you think when they finish supporting Obi, they will not want Obi to compromise? You think so? They will just look Obi when they will start telling Obi, I was the one that brought you in power. I was the one that assisted. You tried it, you did not win. It's through us. Obi will now be into so much pressure and they'll start sabotaging Obi. So as far as I'm concerned, work with people. It's not when you say this one is bad, but you need him. If he wants to work, no man works without an interest, especially politicians. So the interest they have must be defined. If it's not defined, let them stay because he has done it before. And if they think he cannot do it again, that is the biggest mistake. They will still be living on their old way. As far as I'm concerned, as far as the people have communicated with, anytime you call Atiku, the first thing they will tell you that they don't trust. That anybody who is so desperate for power has something he's looking for. And check the way Tinubu is behaving now. Most people think Tinubu would have done better, that he already had money. But because he's so weak, he does not even know what is so happening. He knows most what is happening, but because most people handling his matter know him to know how weak it is, they manipulate and help him to do the worst. So we don't need weak people there. We don't need people that will be wasting our money and be going for medical checkups. We need somebody who will go to Abia today. Tomorrow we'll see him in Medugri. Next tomorrow we'll see him working side by side with those he has employed to serve us. How many states has Tinubu visited? How many? But he has gone to 100 trips abroad. So for me, I feel that if not P2B, let them just forget about the coalition. That's for me. Thank you.
I think the message, I mean, these guys actually are taking us for granted. I mean, imagine PO. I mean, are they trying to prove to PO that he made a mistake in 2023 by daring to run? Because that's the bottom line of everything now. That he made a mistake. Because somehow, I think, anyway, it will be my business. If it will be like making go support, making go do coalition and become vice president. They go first lose the election sef, na the most important thing be that. Then when they don't lose finish, we'll come back and start from beginning again. Because I no understand it. This thing is actually, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, to be honest with you. Doesn't make it, because these guys are just there. I mean, 81-year old. No, no. I think what should happen is he should give his son. Wait, now today they play Champions League final. Okay.
Now today,
Be like,
oh, don't tell why I watch. It's been a long time I watch football.
be like not today. Ah, okay, you don't watch football.
Bro, I subscribe for Sky. I just don't watch. I know they watch Premier League for weekend. I lost interest after COVID. I swear to God. After COVID-19, I stopped watching Liverpool games. I'm a Liverpool fan. I stopped watching Liverpool game till today. And I see they pay 40 euros every month for my Sky. I go even go terminate them.
40 euros. Why is it that expensive now?
No, I didn't. I didn't pay for only TV pack for sports packet. I paid for every packet, like both sports, both movies, and documentaries and series. They offer different package. If I take only sports, I'll pay 25 euros. But then if I take every other thing, I pay for it. So the better I just come and take the whole thing now. Now the
Oh,
sports 9 day more expensive.
okay.
And they don't even show Champions League, just Premier League and other European leagues. So
What?
to watch Champions League, you need to pay for another cable network.
Is there no one that shows Premier League and Champions League together?
No, because these are licenses now. I don't know. There's they got one where they call Daisy and here they two know they apply. Let's say you go use and I can watch it though. I think they probably have to be shown in local German channels, something like this. But Champions League normally is not on Sky. I don't know. I think they didn't. Sky didn't get the contract. So maybe next maybe they will get it later. I don't know.
Wait, why can't be saying na the year where Liverpool win EPL? You can't stop to dey watch EPL.
No, but I mean 2020 now they won in 2020 as well now.
And that's the COVID year. That's when you stopped now.
That's when I stopped. I see what for me the ambience of the people waiting for nine for me nine be nine about tough football to me. Oh. So during that COVID period, I know like they were playing in empty
That
stadiums.
was punishment too. I mean,
Yeah, I watched that thing too. During I tell myself I know if they watch this thing. And since
the
that time,
game,
I just stopped watching football.
the
Like
football
stopped
no come
following.
sweet at all.
I just achieve live score for just to take scores for livescore.com. That's all.
And after that year, they no come, but they don't win them again now.
Don't win them again now. It's next year we'll go again. Maybe try Champions League, something like this.
I mean, suppose win everything this year, but they go lose that to PSG.
But I liked how EPL things were spread around though. Things spread around EPL very well.
Yes,
Like I think
no only I mean,
Tottenham won Carling Cup. Yeah? Which cup Tottenham won? Tottenham won Europa League.
yes. Newcastle win Carling Cup against Liverpool.
Yeah. Then who won FA again?
Crystal Palace against Man City.
Wow.
So everybody just pick one thing. As e dey na Arsenal no go play. Arsenal no pick anything for where they are made.
Yes. We'll see Tottenham next year in Champions League.
Yeah, so after finishing 17th, can you imagine?
Yeah, luck, oh, big luck. Oh. my my one of my brother friend just for Facebook, yeah, they jump up and down like small picking. He really like was so happy.
People they fans Tottenham.
This guy now the only Tottenham fan why Sabi will be Nigerian. No, I tell you, he has always been a Tottenham fan. I think they live for Tottenham right now actually in the UK.
Okay, maybe they born am there because I go be Nigerian come dey fan.
No, he just moved to UK like 4 or 5 years ago now. Born and where he just been. I don't know. People they different now, bro. When I supported Liverpool, people they support Manchester United and stuff and stuff. I just like Liverpool because of how they came back. In that 2005 finals against AC Milan. That thing bust my head. Though, like the spirit of never giving up. Like never give up, no matter how low you are. Fight back. You can always stand on your feet and Liverpool showed that, and it was very beautiful to me. So that time, now so I just they follow Liverpool till today.
And they do that thing well. They will just I mean that time of Rafa Benitez. Now see that time begin the support.
Rafa Benitez, exactly. No, that match was
The
sensational. It
thing
was it's an exceptional match.
There is this thing Liverpool does for me that time. They give you bragging rights when they play against big teams. They feel no they do well every day, but you see when they play big teams, they
You can
give
see Man U, Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool sit up and start playing. I
yeah,
remember those days now.
but
Under Kenny Dalglish, you remember Kenny Dalglish now?
yeah, Kenny Dalglish also was. He won big matches. They now won Carling Cup.
Yeah, and then Brendan Rodgers now actually started Liverpool's ascent back to
But
you know.
I don't like Brendan Rodgers. That
Me too.
guy,
I didn't like him that much,
he lose got that league that year. How you go? That invest me. Eh?
bro. No, be that one way. Gerard been sleep.
Yes.
I think go kwa ma akwa. Ebesi go kwa ma. I almost
You
cry because
lose
of that thing. It
that.
pain me. And which they invest me say my man you friend that time just a yap like they had this. football argument. I think guy to jab me. It was, but yeah,
Was in I mean they PTI that time for Delta State. Every evening they go watch the match. We hope say we go win league. And funny enough, Atletico Madrid don't win league that year. So we think say na year of people when they spend money all those traditional big clubs when they no win league. So make Liverpool win league, Atletico win league. I mean somehow. And that investment na just 3 matches remain. You get Chelsea at home, and two of them are home matches. Chelsea and Newcastle home. Then Crystal Palace away. They don already beat Man City. Come go dey lose to Chelsea 2-0. And match wey Chelsea no need. No. Come go Crystal Palace dey win 3-0. Come go dey draw 3-3. And that place na be the problem. Then we don that football, that particular, I didn't like. The next season, that guy na very Bernard Rogers no try. Concept Suarez go buy Balotelli.
bro. That like, anyways, I think Suarez became uncomfortable in the Premier League after his small thing with Patrice Evra. You get now. That's what I would say, because I think also the guy too no one go also, but he had to leave.
Yeah. After that, for that World Cup, he go bite person. No be killing him bite. They can't give am one kind nonsense ban. One an 8 match ban or something, which he go serve for the club. So he can't make Liverpool sell him. And he serve that ban for Barcelona. But the problem no be say even sell Suarez, na say him buy Balotelli. That one na where the problem dey.
Very Balotelli. I don't even see what he did in Liverpool then. Like,
It was
so,
that guy was even it was negative energy.
Balotelli just had a character issue. Now why you know go far now for his
Uh,
career now.
just get discipline to learn. I mean, to calm down, do your work.
And on top of that, they saying they bully or they smokes a lot of cigarettes. How you go they smoke cigar? They play ball.
Ah,
Balotelli not smoker now. He smokes
so how does
cigarette.
he manage with speed and everything? Anyway,
And now they ask
he's not
now, like,
even fast.
of course, cigarette did detrimental, especially no be saying that once in a while, but the guy actually a smoker.
He's not even. No wonder he plays lazy football because he doesn't have.
Sometimes pursue your ball. This guy go just destroy. Like the
Yeah,
guy.
no one. Yeah, that time fit collapse for field one day now.
Yeah, but I don't know whether I see they play ball right now. To be
No,
honest, I don't know. I never
he
heard
don't
about
retire
Balotelli for
now.
a while.
He don't retire now. If not, that kind of person. That kind of person, if you say, I know say he no go last.
That was a serious character issue.
He was even wearing. He will wear two different leg of boots to come and play for Liverpool. If I say come dey tell me say na designer, if I dey look that thing, camera go come dey focus on that thing. That thing come dey vex me. Then he go play match, he no go score goal. When he go score one goal, he go say no dey celebrate because him dey do your work. But he no even score. He score like 3 goals for Liverpool, very small number of goals.
But he actually helped Man City win. No be 2012. Where that when him do that. Why always me?
Uh,
Shirt thing.
yeah, in give assist na. That match,
Yeah, because I remember watching that. I think that was the last Premier League day,
yes,
and I think it was between them and Man City. The person will go win between them and Man U or so.
yes,
I think
between
they
them and
edged
Man.
Man U based on that thing.
Yeah, if they win, but again, it was an easy match, but they made it difficult, right?
I
Um,
think it was Crystal Palace they played that day, Abi.
or QPR, Queens Park Rangers.
Yeah, Queens Park Rangers. Yeah. That's right.
So if they win the match, they go win the league. If Man U win Sunderland, well, if they win, they will win the league. But if they don't win, if they draw, Man U win league. So they were somehow they can't go the draw with the first go they lose 2-1 to that QPR. I think they scored first. Those people can't equalize and took lead 2-1. So match don't come reach 89 minutes. So as it stands that time, everybody have calculated it that they can only draw the match, so they will not win league. According to them, the helicopter has gone to Man United to go and drop the trophy. Then while before he now landed, that Balotelli gave an assist to Edin Dzeko to equalize the game. Then Aguero scored the winning goal. They now won that game 3-2. That was their first EPL title in many years. But they have won a lot since that time. Or they have won about, is it not 8 since 2012, right? Was that 2012? It's 2012 now. That same year Chelsea won Champions League.
Yeah, I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, I think
Yeah, was
Chelsea won Champions League that year against which Inter Milan.
no Chelsea won Champions League against Bayern.
Ah, okay. Was who be the coach Chelsea then? Was it
Di Matteo.
Di Matteo? Yeah, where that guy did self.
That one no sabi coach. Now, I'm not sure saying go see the coach.
Waiting with that Israeli guy that also won a cup
Okay,
with
Avran Grant.
Avan Grant. That one too. No one nowhere in there.
I don't know where that one. The Chelsea do they pursue people now.
Yeah, but that Abramovich, his approach, he really make him win at least lots of trophies that year. The guy wasn't taking any nonsense. You know, there any loyalty for any manager. If you're not giving him trophies, you gotta go. Make
Yeah.
another person come they give up. The guy
Now,
know they waste time. We just fire you,
uh,
make another person.
it don't even matter what you don't do before. So the day when you know do well, you don't pursue you.
He don't pursue you.
Nah,
But at least that it made Chelsea win lots of trophies. So
yeah.
under Marino.
Now Real Madrid mentality with that.
Ah, that's okay. Now okay.
Now Real Madrid.
Now waiting make Real Madrid still stay. But
Uh,
bro, say they get one coach where they say I dey fear anything weighing handle. I dey fear. That is Ancelotti. I dey tell you true. Any team Ancelotti they play you against, bro, I dey fear. That man is just too tactical. I dey tell
Ancelotti,
you true.
in terms of
I dey tell
tactics,
you, I dey fear
he's
Ancelotti. Oh.
the best when it comes to tactics.
Yeah, for statistics, the guys I beat Liverpool all the time. As in, has always beat us. And what they make me the no matter how much we work out, that guy always find a small way to beat us through a narrow margin.
But we'll come beat them this season. Wait,
And we beat them this season. You know, so I don't even watch match.
yeah, for
I
Champions
don't follow
League,
Champions League.
beat them 2-0.
We give thanks.
But at the end of the day, we can't go lose, give PSG. How much pay me? I'm on a penalty shootout, sha. Assuming say na club before beat comot PSG. And now for don't win that Champions League now. But PSG go play final now.
But Inter they very hard, bro.
Yeah,
Inter they
because
play. I
now,
don't know how to put them. They
I
play
know,
frustrating kind of
I
football.
don't know. They know they play well, oh, but
Not be that
before
frustrating now.
before now
Then catch you, they will just frustrate your life.
they go don pack like 3 goals full for your side, but they don't dey play anything. I don't know why. I don't know how they do that kind of thing. If you dey watch them, e go be like say you no know wetin they dey do. But you wey dey play well sef, your body go hear am. See wetin dey use Barcelona eye see. How Barcelona go dey concede 5 goals? I mean, wetin 7 goals? No be 7, 3-3 and 4-3. Omo, Liverpool. But now wey dey win league, maybe for don travel go okay, England no dey EU again. Wait, does it mean that you cannot travel to UK again? because they are no longer in EU. Be like Shanghai no dey again now. Shanghai no dey again. Shanghai.
Yeah, one idea. I just had to talk to someone. I did.
Okay, 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 okay. Anyway, check some up now. Nobody wan come up again.
But Chidema, not to return back to the topic.
Yeah, but nobody dey talk now. Like,
Because this citizens coalition, me, I believe say we need both psychologists and sociologists to come help us work on our side here. Yeah, this is not be something where they talk for mouth. You need people who spent years understanding how society works, the behavioral mindset of people. May they come help change, fix public opinion.
you know,
This is not be.
this thing wey dis people dey do now, e be like social engineering. And the social, it was in two parts, right? We were able to escape it in the last election, right? And I believe why we were able to escape it was because Peter Obi took them by surprise. But now, today now, is seemingly a little bit more difficult because now they are already creating the impression that if Obi dares run without the coalition, is going to lose no matter what. uh So that is actually a very bad, I mean, it's a very bad precedent to set no matter what anybody thinks. So, um, yeah, although by now it's supposed to, it has more momentum than it had the last time because at that time it was new. So now a lot of things has, I mean, already has support, so it's to improve on what he has and everything. But again, these people have been socially engineered to start spreading some nonsense against him. So, and in that aspect, I think a lot of things has to go before we have to actually start getting it right because again, people have hid. In fact, the APC guys, they are not too bad at what they are doing, right? They use any opportunity they have to whip up ethnic sentiment, and some people are falling for it easily. Okay, there was a post I made. One APC idiot. I know that guy must be supporting APC, so I not bother even explaining anything. He picked it up and tried to make it Igbo thing. I just look, I think that I just ignore the idiot because um, the thing is very simple. If you create the impression that someone cannot win an election, the support he gets drastically reduces. I mean, drastically, it reduces to almost nothing. It's even better that you have a narrative that this guy is a bad person. That if he wins, he will not do well. Than he's a good candidate, but he cannot win. If the person is perceived to be a bad person, it becomes a 50-50 thing, right? Oh, he will steal money. Oh, I mean, as far as people believe he can win that election, he still stands better chance than the person that people believe that, oh, this guy is the best candidate. But you see this election, he cannot win it. And that is the first impression. I mean, that is what these people want to create. And that is why me, I'm very angry with Atiku supporters, because they do this every time. When they come out, they will tell you Atiku has the spread, Obi does not have the spread. Those things are deliberate. It's not like his play. It's deliberate. It's just to create the impression that in a case even Obi decides to run, he should know that he's not going to win. So there's no need running in the first place. Oh, and I think their social engineering. Me personally, I refuse to allow you to work on me because, again, it's very important that you stop that on time than to allow them fly it for a long time. Then you're now battling with can you win election, can you not win? Because part of the reason why Obi did very well and won that last election was because they defied that message that he cannot win. The people were angry because why would you tell us that he will not even win in the first place? So let us make him win. So the idea that he cannot win, that's why they say he had no structure. People were shouting, I am the structure. Eh, but as it is today, uh, if they succeed in selling the message that he cannot win, now look at the subtle message they will tell you. The ones who support, the ones who support. I mean, I don't really know what happened. Whether something happened behind that we did not know. The ones who supported him the last time, they keep on telling you, oh, if you do it free and fair, he will win. But because it will not be free and fair, he will not win. I mean, these guys, this is actually one of the worst set of people because these people actually are the worst. I mean, I prefer someone who believed that he didn't even win that last election and is looking for how to make him win than someone who is telling you that he cannot win except you do it free and fair. Those guys are the most dangerous ones because the whole idea of what they are trying to sell is he stands no chance of winning. And that I reject with everything I get. That's just one thing. So in the whole thing I mean it's a whole lot of work, to be honest with you. It's a whole lot of work because these guys are they are very mischievous. Very mischievous. How can so they will come out and keep on ringing this thing if it's a free and fair election, if it's in I mean, we are beginning to see plenty of them. And they start pushing for they after they have said that nonsense, they will now tell you that is why he needs coalition. And coalition this, coalition that. And the whole thing they are boiling down to is without coalition he will not win. So in a case the coalition is not engineered to favor you, accept whatever you get there because all we want is to remove APC. Very mysterious, and that is why when you start asking them, I hope this coalition is not stationed to deny Obi opportunity to run. They become agitated. See, and that has,
That is
I
the
mean,
issue. That's the issue.
yeah. You can chime in immediately if you want.
Yeah, so all I'm saying, that is the issue now. It's just a way of preventing Obi from. At the end, they will just push him. They are just working together. That's for my own. That's what I feel. At the end, they will just push him aside. So for me, anything that you are not in control of. It's always difficult for you to have a say. That's why we don't have a say in the government, because we are not in control of it. So if you want to have a say in anything, you must be among the policymakers. That's the only way, not just among, heading it. So if he's not among the people heading it and make, for me, I don't see anything there, because he will still pull the vote he wants to pull. A lot of people are still ready and keeping their voters card to still vote for him. A lot of people, because they have already seen the track record. Is there any governor that will finish office and will be able to put his stock, his stock card for people to review? This is what I did. This is what I did. And it was confirmed. How many governors? So the track record is already there. Everybody knows. Even in the north, the message is going far. I can tell you. The message is going far. So all they are just doing is to see how they can make your value less, so that they won't give you option to negotiate. So for me, if they don't want him to be the president, let them leave us. Let's go the way we go before, but with a difference. And I bet you will see big difference. A lot of people have left him. Do you see him complaining? Most people that worked with him before, even one of his right-hand man went to APC. Were they not humiliated? They were. One thing about him is that once he has a focus, he has a focus. That's why he's not even talking to anybody. You might think you know his mind. You don't know his mind. And if Obi is not going for president, he won't be moving around the country discussing with people. And that is the one you want to make vice. Somebody who has already made up his mind on what he wants to do. So the issue they are just going now is just to bring a public view, to know if the people will support their stand. And they've already ganged some people into that.
You
But
see
for
all
me,
these people that come out and say if it's a free and fair election, you will win. But they will not. I mean, those people are the worst. I mean, they are the most dangerous set of people. To be honest with you.
that is it now. Because that is the slogan they want to use to confuse you. That's the slogan they want. So what are they putting in place? Is it to bring people who, when the time for governance start, that is when they will start bringing their people. We put you there, we place you there. Because that was what we are avoiding in 2023. And these are the places, what you are avoiding, what you're against is what you want to go and mingle with. So what are you now? What is now different between you and Buhari or Tinubu? There's no different again now. So if you want to create a structure, you create a structure for who? For this citizen. I told somebody, if one has a destination and a clear destination, 4 years is too big for people to know the area of destination you are going. It's only when you don't have destination, you don't have a destination, that you'll be parapulating around and be telling people to give you time. Time for what? When you already have a plan and you have a destination, time is just there to support you to meet up where you are going. So he already have a plan. He's already educating himself. He's moving around the country. He's visiting places. Tomorrow he won't get to power and tell you that he does not know where the whole IDP camps in Nigeria is. If they ask Tinubu article, do you know where the whole IDP camp in Nigeria is? Do you know there? How many politicians know where the whole IDP camp in Nigeria is? Can anyone boast of that? Even the Benue State governor doesn't even know where the IDP camps are. But Peter Obi know where those things are. So if he's trying to budget or make anything for them or try to give them a place, he has already known. So you can't come and start telling him story because he already know where that thing is. He has gone there. So you can't come and lie. Once you are lying, he will just take you off the track. That is how you know people who wants to work. They don't wait for the work to come. They prepare for the work. So when the work comes, they start working, not to start learning. So you want me to go and pick somebody who stays in Dubai and he will come. And you start educating him how many IDP camps we have in Nigeria. How many of them need home at the moment?
Obi did not only change, Obi actually did a lot, right? I mean, he changed the way Atiku operates. Normal Atiku for never dey Nigeria by now. For the wait till when they want do primaries, he go come go buy the ticket and win by any means. But the way it is now, the guy, Atiku, this is the longest the guy would have even stayed in Nigeria. I mean, he's the one trying to meet people, bring people together, and put in the work. Because normal Atiku, I mean, waiting in they do by this time. It never, na ending of the year, he go land. From there, then towards January or February or March, you go hear saying don't buy from somehow. But the way it is now, even Atiku self, he has to upgrade his game because of he's seeing a different breed entirely. I mean, you see, this type of thing, these guys have not seen it anywhere, to be honest with you.
But you can't use your left hand at old age now. It will not still be like that. I don't know if you understand. They use this.
Can you hear Jindo? Shanghai, can you hear Jindo?
Now, I think his network got disconnected.
Okay. Yeah, hey, woman, good morning. How you doing? Don't feel. Even me, I can't hear you. Shanghai, did you hear woman?
I also didn't hear a woman. No more gonna.
It seems he's talking.
A woman. Should be no more gonna now. A
Suppose
woman.
be.
A woman gonna. Man, it's a couple people done there as well.
Yeah. I did Delta shot.
Oh, I grew up Asaba now. I grew up Asaba, bro. If you know
Okay.
Asaba very well. You sabi
Asaba,
Asaba?
Asaba na almost Igbo now.
I told Nas, like I told Asaba now. I grew up in Asaba.
Asaba na 90% Igbo.
So Yana also the very clear to me, no, be too clear.
Now,
Too clear.
all you be in na like and in today's world, ndị Igbo nọ na Asaba speaks more Igbo than ndị Igbo nọ across the Niger.
Bro, last time I got na Asaba. Me and my cousin, we come on, make we go, go chop fish. So what we did, we go meet some Iseluku boys. They get they come begin this thing. So I don't know what by the time my cousin said they go beat them here, or if you talk anything against Biafra, they tell them straight there. So they go beat them here, or if you talk anything against Biafra, make him keep quiet too. Or my team bust my head. And I speak in their dialect too. So after my cousin said, "No, when it again, I get tears be here." My cousin respect himself. I did joke. Now for that on my road now, that on my road, one of the restaurants we did. How about my cousin? Say if you talk any higher, we go beat you. My cousin respect himself, mature.
The side Iseluku or Iseluku, do they have another dialect?
You say look no beside Ogwashi side.
Okay, because
Ogwashi put them. Hana su bro yeah be Igbo ka hana asu.
oh,
Ogini gini eme wo wasi na
uh,
wasa ga asa asu. Wa
what did he?
na yeah be Igbo. It's just more of Igbo but just different dialects.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
you started na
from,
Sababu Igbo, I just dey laugh. Them know say they be Igbo. Hana ekuya. Hana ekuya. I'm only Igbo. You talk am no
even
be say no dey
even
hide
though
am.
even Oko now they speak Igbo also.
Who be Oko?
Oko na the same
Where is
local government with Asaba now.
Okay.
Oko. Okay, Oko.
Oko now.
Okwu Anambra State, enwere the one done as Delta State, very close.
I know what I'm saying. Iseluku speaks Enuan dialect, although their own is deeper than the Asaba own. You mean Iseluku, right? Iseluku speaks Enuan dialect. Their dialect is similar to Ogwachuku and then Ubuluku.
Ubuluku, yes.
They say Shienne, Chupugozegi Shienne.
Yes, Eban Kasi Mota Chupugozegi Shinne now. Na Sabakan no Motian. Shinne Kaneku.
That's true.
People from where I'm from, they talk shit. I'm from Enugu.
On there's Udi Nekushinne now.
Exactly. I'm from Udi.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so Chess, why did they call Obueshi? Why now so they call
yeah, you see, in a N1 dialect, that is N is something like Nre is in she, Arrow is she, Arrow is she. Do you understand?
Okay, so Obueshi na waiting e be na Efi Abina Ehi Abina waiting.
Yeah, Obueshi is Obuevi. In our own dialect is Obuevi.
Okay,
I know about Obueshu. And Mecca Odakunsa na Nudi.
Alright, Sugar, where are you from?
I'm wearing soccer now. They hide them. I'm wearing
Okay.
I be your neighbor. We are neighbors.
Yeah, but you just pronounce it like us now.
Obueshu. Ndi Nkanu na speak Obueshu as well. Nkanu Eziago. Yana be Efi be Eshu. And the same thing that we call them from soccer. Eshu, yeah.
I mean, they hear am for Asaba where I come dey wonder wetin na whether na
Asaba as anyone they use she well. They use she. In fact, their tongue is full of she, and all the rest. Then in our own is V. Then in some part of Imo is he, Obuehi, something like that. So it's just a vast tongue of the same thing.
Checks, where are you from?
I'm from this Omambala side of Anambra State.
Okay. Oh, no, I thought you were actually from Delta North. Because I'm just curious about one particular history of theirs, like, and I don't know if anybody is aware of that. Why they don't eat? Like, I've heard so many stories about it, but sometimes it sounds funny. Why they don't eat what's that seed? Ogbono seed.
Sorry, which town?
Asaba in particular.
I'm not aware. Asaba don't eat Ogbono.
Alfonso, am I lying?
But
like Ofe draw soup. I don't want to call it draw soup. Like Ofe na no.
I dey eat am here. I don't understand.
I don't know.
That's what Asaba. Not about like maybe what I'm not saying that they don't sell it in Asaba environments. What I'm saying is that people from Asaba don't eat draw soup. I don't know whether more extended to okra. Man, I know at least Ogbono because of their deity. One of their deities that is a female.
Honestly, I'm not aware of that. Maybe I will make some inquiries, but I am not aware of. And you know, something about history.
I go ask person why.
Please ask.
If I go outside,
if I'm not space again, Biko, just remind me. Just tell me what you found out.
I will ask out.
From there. Get the question on
No. As in, they fascinated. I think that this whole history and this idea of oral history really did Africans bad, like big time, because some of the things that makes people be confident, like if you are like like if you don't know your history, you probably won't. So I just conceptualize it that if you don't know your history, you won't know where you're coming from, and it will affect your confidence. So like anything about Igbo history, especially the difference, like we all speak like different types of Igbo dialects, and each community with their own uniqueness of, so which makes everybody unique in their own way. So, but it is not written, even the ones that were written, like very old versions, is not, it takes more research for people not to dispute, for other readers not to dispute a head there. So I would just want like people to start writing this thing, they're putting it and just making it more official than to pride ourselves like, oh, African history is oral history, and just leave it like that. No. That's how I. So if anytime I just hear any small thing about some people's culture or heritage, I want to know more, because I know it is obviously not written anywhere. So it's usually oral history, and anybody can come up with it. I mean, I can come up with some bunch of lies and talk about saying all my heritage, and if I present it well, so people might believe me. Our history.
There are stuff, Neka. See, there are things you understand. There are things you understand. Some people, it's better to even leave their history aside. For example, how do you tell a town that their progenitor was a slave? Do you say such? Just go and tell some people that Ubele, okay, sorry for calling the name, was a slave. If you tell the history, do you think that
where is that? Which community is this?
I will not tell you. I will not tell you, please. So now, if you say such a thing, do you think that the people will accept it? No. So you tell them that their progenitor migrated from maybe Aro, that he was a very big warrior, a very strong warrior. You understand me? Tell them that they are slave, that their progenitor was a slave. So from this place to this person,
but
it will not be acceptable. However,
the Jaja why people can't, they don't care. They say,
I was about to even say that, like, some histories, the background might not be that palatable, but it is still history. Whether it is good or bad, it is history.
No, Jaja wasn't a progenitor.
So if a no, just like you just say this thing now, and then Chukwudema just replied to you, how about King Jaja? You said, what if that some people's heritage, that the originator happens to be a slave? It doesn't matter. True, it doesn't matter. If the project, okay, but
it does though. Trust me.
Why? When the people telling it are they slaves? They are freeborns,
bro,
and they've evolved to be who they are. So I don't think it's something that they should be shy about or afraid to talk about.
You are saying this thing because it's not your town. However, maybe you may be a bit lenient on it, but others will not. I'm telling people such a history may cause
Opobo people not proud people. Are they not proud of their heritage?
Who?
Opobo people, are they not proud of their heritage? Would they not be attributed to having a slave as their founder?
Jaja is not the progenitor of Opobo. He was just their first king. These are two different things.
But, I mean, that is even why we are talking about them. You just acknowledge that he's their first king. We are talking about them now. So this is the person that actually brought them to limelight.
By then he became a free man, and not only was he a free man, but he was among the chiefs in that Bonny Island. That apart, but what I'm saying is the truth. History should be told, whether it hurt us or not. But sometimes you have to show respect, and the best way of showing respect is maybe showing some restraint. That is it. Now, in our history, the issue with our history is that our history are as old as anything. From around 19, because I grew up with my grandfather. He told me a lot of stories. Do you understand me? Some of them were stories, and some of them were actually true. Do you understand me? So for over 30-something years, I have been putting my head, researching in all these things. In our history, even the one that we are written by the Europeans, these are just the questions that they were asked. They came and asked questions. The people on the ground told them the story. They wrote down the story. They are not aware of the story that was told to them, if it was true or not. Why? Because when they came, it was just like 300-400 years ago. So somebody on the ground told them the story of about 1,000 years ago. Do you understand me? But the reason why people are maybe agreeing with some of the story is that there is no motive for these Europeans. So they wrote down what they were told. It does not mean that that thing is the truth, but it means that what they wrote down, there is no preconsidered this thing. So it was just the truth of what they had. It does not mean that it is the truth. For example, now I can tell you in my history, our progenitor was Yeri. If you see the story behind Yeri, more than 7 different stories. And at the end of the day, you will check what is called the footprint. That is where you get it will not be 100% correct. You can check the artifact, that is the artifact, the archaeological distance. But another thing you can check is the footprint. And this is what people do not check. If you check footprint, sometimes you tell the truth of what happened or how things comes to be. And in this footprint, a lot of things can be in the footprint, starting ranging from a bit of the dialect, a bit of the gods they worship, a bit of the names they answer, a bit of where they go on and where they go forth. Do you understand me? So at the end of the day, our history was not written down because those days, there is no way of writing it down. It was just as old as, just like our own version of prehistory. Europeans had their own prehistory, which was not written down as well. But our own prehistory lingered because by the time we started writing things down, it may have been maybe a bit late. So I partially agree. The knowledge we have today should be written down as a reference till tomorrow. But you see this stuff of 1,000 years ago, there's no way you can get it. So it will be just some stories that we are told. For example, now, you are from Abaja, right? Neta?
Yes.
Oh yeah, you are Abaja, correct?
Yes. You
can Abaja.
Even that Abaja, I can even question it because just Shonga here just said, okay, the Alezago used to be one district before, like in the early 20th century. Later, they were now divided into 2 local governments when they started creating local government system. That's how we got Udi and Ezago. But even the concept of the Abaja, we also don't have almost all most of our customs together with that part of within the Ezago.
No, now it is correct. People do migrate out and others join. And when people join, they will introduce their own distance. Abaja is likely
no. You said one from Abaja. I'm even trying to expand that. I don't really have more similarities with the Ezago people.
No, it's not from Abaja. I will say that you are Abaja. That is correct. This thing. Ezago, Udi,
so why did you call me Abaja?
Abaja is just a clan. You understand me? Abaja is a big.
Who told you it's a clan? Who told you it's a clan?
It's a tribe. If you are from that
tribe, K.
From this mountainous
area. No. I've really gone down to. Okay, so where did you get your own research?
It was when I was doing some research about the migration of Eri. Do you understand me? So what I found out was that number one, Eri was from Nsoka / Benue Valley area. That is where he migrated. But before he migrated, Oka group alongside the Abaja has left. So Abaja and Oka are likely older than Eri. It's like this group left together. So Abaja group, when they came, they pitched their tent on the mountainous area of all this area. Then Oka group moved up a bit. That even explains the relationship. Even if you come to Oka, there are some Abaja group. Do you understand me? So it was Eri left a bit later than this Abaja and the Eri. Do you understand me? Now, how do you say such a thing? If you take a footprint, Abaja are known for blacksmith. Two of us, Oka are known for blacksmith. That is the civilization they came from. Now, these civilizations are actually from Nsoka area. You see, Nsoka area, from that deeper Nsoka to Opi, you can ask question, where is Nsoka from? That is when it gets deeper. So now, if you check the footprint of Abaja,
remember, Nsoka is just a town. No, they have all those Igbo Titi and all of the other places.
No, Nsoka and Kolem is just a broad
that area. Okay.
Area, exactly. So now, for example, now, if you come to Nsoka today, you have Enugu Ezike Oba Anywhere you go back, people are from Enugu. So it's just like Enugu people going back to where they came from. So if you take migration, so the best way of taking footprint is their movement, their tongue, then their civilization. Abaja and Oka are related. There is no way you can separate two of them. They are from the same civilization. Depending on their culture, similar culture, then their technology. Do you understand me? In fact, even though their tongue is different because of distance. But apart from that, other things, you see the civilization they come from. So that is the best way of taking all these things. And sometimes, most of these stories that people are telling is just that you go back to your home, forge something, and tell. After telling the story, if you check the footprint, if you're not
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yes.
The absence of this, and this question goes to all of you in the speaker section. The absence of this history for not just Black people or Africans, even right here in Nigeria, like we don't really know where we are coming from or our history, as in individually, like each ethnic group in Nigeria, they don't really know all they know is that they are trying to protect their history. But in terms of all of us as a country, so when you see statements like Citizens Coalition, I think if you don't know your history and how, in as much as you are different from another person, but there is a common thing that you people should have together. If you don't know your past, okay, let me even remove history. If you don't know your past, there's no way you can actually identify what your future would look like or kind of create a better pathway for your future. So when I see, because that's actually what brought me to this the space, the title here is No Compromise, Citizens Coalition. Before you get to the compromise part, the citizens themselves, they're not even in the equation of this whole coalition, because as far as I'm concerned, the little I've seen about the whole coalition is mostly spearheaded by politicians. So,
pardon my interruption.
who's this?
There's breaking news right now. I'm breaking news right now. I'm going to post it on the Jumbotron.
Okay.
And what is this breaking news that cannot just wait? Let's see what your breaking news is about.
Let's be honest with ourselves. If we are to go back to our history, it will be enemy.
Anti-Tinubu coalition, neither ADC nor SDP can serve our purpose. And Mr. AI, since you brought it up here, sorry, checks. Neither of the two will even, because all of these things, just like I'm saying, it's being spearheaded by politicians. Like, this has nothing to do with the people. Do you know how many people, as in, for you guys to understand what I'm saying, the number of people that INEC has in their register, there is no way the ones that have died can outnumber that will make, you can have up to 94 million people in your pool. And the people that actually came out for an actual, let's take the last general election, was 24 million. That's way too small. But if you have a citizen coalition that, everybody understands that, no, the major goal is betterment of everybody. And that kind of coalition, you have to remove tribe and identity, and you have to remove identity politics entirely, because identity politics will bring about your heritage, your tribe, and most importantly, your religion. So any coalition that, unfortunately, for me, the people that would have, driven this citizen consciousness is the Nigerian Labour Union. But they are certainly not doing this thing. They are not even, and not just Nigerian Labour Union, the Nigerian churches and the Nigerian, Islamic leaders. That's on the religion part. So any of these two that won't even have this, I mean, then the coalition will be left for politicians, and whatever politicians bring, that's what you take. And that's why I will always, in all of these things, give it to Mr. Obi, because he's actually the only person that has actually brought my attention to this. I mean, I've always felt like this. I've always felt that there is a huge disconnection between ordinary people and the people that are governing them and making politics that affect ordinary people's lives. So when you have this conversation about coalition, I mean, it's like sounding like a broken record now, but this Obi man now came out and said, any coalition that is not going to carry people along, that is not for the people, that he's not for it. So this question of ADC nor SDP, he even said, because I think because he went to a pub, Chukudima, I don't know, there is one place in Abuja that some youthful people invited him. In fact, the fact that he even honored such an invitation, that's huge for whoever organized that event. Alfonso, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to you.
Okay, no, I just want you to follow me. Like, that's I think it was a restaurant or pub that some youths organized it. Yeah, so that kind of setting, a high profile, businessman. I mean, this guy is a fucking billionaire.
One of the things that gets me pissed off when you talk with the supporters of other people who also think they want this coalition, they always say things like, these people will make their decisions and you have no how do they say, you are not going to affect it, you are just making noise, all those type of things. I find it very disrespectful, right? Because they do not understand the stand that we who support Obi, and the reason, the purpose, and what we seek to achieve by being close to someone who actually, even while he was governor of Anambra State, that was how he operated. He cared about the people. The people informed most of the decisions. Even him leaving PDP wasn't because of his taking.
Yeah, because I remember, hold on. I remember when there was this rally by people that call themselves the Obedience, as in this was like the early part of that obedient movement thing. So they kind of projected themselves as the Obi. I mean, I felt like, okay, Obi won't be someone who will be a cool person to support, but who came up with this word obedience? Even Femi Kuti at some point like expressed that he cannot be obedient to anybody, because we really don't understand where that word is coming from or who came up with that word and all that. So, but it almost became a movement, and there were rallies up, and so there was this particular rally that they took off somewhere around AYA in Abuja down to Wuse. I think it was Wuse, where that Wadada house is located, and they were shouting, "Oh, give us Obi, give us Obi!" Like the fact that PDP hierarchy, because that's relating it with citizens being part of coalition. So the fact that PDP could not read the room and understand that, okay, there is something, is that something that we are missing here? So then when the person of Obi now left the party, he ran on a platform that had little or no support of these people that are spearheading this coalition now, these people that are, talking about, these people that some people, these politicians, these politicians that some, hold on, these politicians that some youths are even saying, let's allow them. Yes, I can say that allow politicians to make their decision, but still don't remove yourself, the citizen, to make them know that this is a no-go area. That's why I love the fact that some hardcore, very verbal, opinionated obedience supporters of this Obi, they are making it very, very clear. It is him or nothing. So that message whether the Atiku camps likes it or not, or whether some people in certain parts of the north, especially their very core respected leaders, opinion, how do they put it? Like people that shape their public opinion in the north, they already know that is crippling in. It's crippling in that, okay, supporters of Obi are saying that it is Obi or nothing. Let the supporters of Obi maintain that stand. At least maintain it for like a year. It's just that maybe in Nigeria that the citizens are, and I will come back to this again, they are so disconnected. And I totally don't like what Nigerian religious leaders are doing, because I think that some of the things that made the Black movement, because I couldn't understand that up until 1960s, that was actually when Black people were able to vote in masses like that. But slavery was abolished 100 years earlier in the 1860s. And it took a very vibrant, motivational speaker like Martin Luther King to actually call everybody's attention. Like, no. Like, we really need to do something about this. We need to Black brutalization by the police and especially, and it has to be imprinted in their law. But the charismatic person that people have regards for, that is a religious person. But in Nigeria, we kind of lack that. We lack it, and the citizens are just left there. So I don't know, like just this caption that you left in your this thing, Citizens Coalition, because even the last time let me take one more thing. The last time I heard Bishop Kuka, I think it was in somebody's day. I think Emeka Ihedioha. So these politicians, when they have their birthday, they usually write one very funny book about their life and all the good things that they've done, and they will call influential people to come and make speeches and buy the book publicly. So when it was time for this Bishop Kuka, he came and he was just going round and round and round. Like, I understand that he's an intellectual. I understand that maybe to him, as a keynote speaker or whatever he was there for, that he is speaking to intellectual Nigerians. But if you want to discredit Tinubu, please say it in a simple man's English that a layman can understand. And these are the religious leaders that I think that should be doing this work of consciousness on how bad leadership, and bad rulership, because these rulers, they are hovering around again. People that we call opposition are people that for some reason cannot go to Tinubu. Someone like Rotimi Amechi now. I think Rotimi Amechi will feel like, I can't stoop that low. He has pride, and I like it. He has some elements of pride in him. He can't stand Wike, obviously, and he cannot drag some attention with Wike. So as far as Tinubu's government is going to is concerned, like, Rotimi Amechi is going to be on the other side. But the citizens are like, there is nobody popping up, like there is no new name popping up from anywhere. Everybody is just afraid. So these citizens, they just have to, like, I just like the fact that you actually brought Citizens Coalition, because all the coalition that everybody has been talking about has to do with the politicians. So how about the citizens? What are they doing to get themselves involved and have these very strong statements like the Obedience did pre-2023 elections? Let me you here.
Okay, Mecca. Sorry, checks. Yeah, I can come in.
No, his point is clear enough. His point is clear enough. But the issue here is this. You have to understand that each region have the level of politics they play. They play. This politics of the South is actually different from the North. And trust me, it is different. Now, this Citizen Coalition will work well in the South, in almost part of the South, but in the North, no. Why? Because their politics is influenced by their leaders, especially their religious and their political leaders. They follow them, they listen to them. That is why if you come to the north, their politics and their group exist in blocks. There are this person's follower, there are this person's follower, and there are this person's follower. The only person that broke that block of followership was actually Buhari. But after Buhari, I do not see anybody that is on that level. So now, yes, we are supposed to have citizens coalition. But trust me, this citizens coalition will work well in the south. Will it work well in the north? I don't think so. Yeah, this is not me discounting the northerners. This is me being realistic. For the northerners to understand you, you have to sort of go through their leaders. When the leaders follow you, then you can have access to them. So now, this citizens coalition, the only thing we can do is to make sure that the leaders in the coalition will represent the interest of the citizens, of the masses on the ground, and not their own interest or personal vendetta. And that has been my criticism on this thing, because it seems like these are the group of people that fall out of Buhari's favor or his political destiny. That it isn't even about making Nigeria better. It's just the political vendetta, or those that are no longer in the clique of Tinubu and his co. So now, if you boil down on understanding who are these people representing, that is the question they have to answer to us. Is this just about you getting back to this person, getting back to power, or is this about Nigeria? Because for the Buhari's past 8 years, the man didn't do well, but this guy did not come out to criticize him or move against him. So then you ask again, what then against Tinubu? I am not supporting Tinubu. I like, if it is possible, the whole APC should leave APC and oppose him. So now, how do citizens stand their ground on this coalition? It is for us to understand the gimmicks of, I will say again, of Atiku's boys, because these guys are running mad of late. They are trying to impose Atiku's this thing. So you have to ask yourself, this coalition, is this our coalition or Atiku's coalition? Because I have heard in several places, they came up and told us that it is actually Atiku's coalition. If this is about Atiku's coalition, I will not be a part of it. I may not have a say, but I have a choice. So Nigerians should shine their eyes well. And I said before, APC, this is how they came. They marched together, promising to do wonders in Nigeria, and they turned out to be a disaster. Trust me, it may get worse if we are not careful. So it's for the citizens of Nigeria to open their eyes well and ask themselves, are these guys in for us or in for themselves, or sharing political power among themselves? As much as you think that you have to win to be in power, to have a good governance, I also do not agree. If anybody that has no good intention about you finds himself in power, he will even be worse. There was one suggestion somebody made in this space earlier today. I think it was Dr. TJ Osu or another person, that we should have ourselves in those houses, National Assembly, and I agree with him. So as much as we are preparing for our leaders in this coalition, we should prepare for ourselves. Let us plan to send people who we feel that are capable enough to represent us. It may not be people as old as I am. We need people that are younger, that are not more than 40. So we need under 40s. So we will not only advocate for citizens coalition, we will have to advocate for citizens leadership, not only citizens, but younger citizens leadership. For example, if I send Chidimma to the house and he go there and mess up, I know I can handle him. I am stronger than him. I am bigger than him. Do you understand me? There's somebody like Soludo. How do you talk to Soludo and he will listen to you? So we will have to figure out how to send ourselves, because this is you see, I no longer believe in all this activism. No, we have to enter into that leadership to challenge them, You cannot be outside power and challenge those in power. So let us also figure out how to go there and challenge them ourselves. If we are have a Nigeria to stand to tomorrow, we have to be in that seat of power as well. So that's my point. I will not, you have a point, and I agree with you, but trust me, we need citizens and leaders coalition. Without these leaders, the northern counterpart will almost be a failure because the model of their politics is different from our own. Thank you. Others can continue.
Well, check before you go, please. What's your take on religious leaders being absent in this whole conversation?
Bro, they are not absent, yo. They are present, but they will not come out. That is number one. Then number two.
Okay. Let me put it on Christian religious leaders. Christians.
That is what I'm telling you.
Like pastors, bishops.
That is what I'm telling you, bro. This first of all, number one, our politics is monetized. Leaders, these political leaders are not even are also among. Bro, money can do it. If you are a Nigerian and you were born and you are brought up in Nigeria, you have to know the truth that money answers all things in Nigeria. These political religious leaders actually need money too, and we know who has the best money. This next election will be very challenging because the APC has figured out how to remove the richest state from opposition. So the funding will be an issue. This leader, some of these religious leaders are waiting to be caught into anyone. And trust me, they are not anti-APC or for APC. Some of them are voting for the highest bidder, while some will like to remain neutral. Why? You do not want to support somebody who will lose the election and it will boomerang against you. These are their investment, and some of them are careful with their investment. So, our leaders are supposed, I understand you, our leaders are supposed to be involved, especially religious leaders. I hate people telling me that religion should not be involved in politics. No. Religion has always worked hand in hand in politics. If you check the history of religion up to today, religion will always work hand in hand in politics. So if you see any pastor, if you see any man, if you see any bishop telling you that he is not that he will not be involved in politics, trust me, you do not trust that person. Some of them will go behind and sponsor a candidate or a political party. But I trust it is too early. Some of them will support this coalition, but it is too early for them. And again, some of them are waiting for where the waves will go. Sometimes these people you rate as the biggest leaders on earth follow the crowds too. So some of them might be waiting for the crowds to move, to follow them. But you see in the north, from what I'm seeing in the north, Tinubu has fallen out of them. And if they get the clue well, Tinubu will be in trouble. But all we have to ask, or the effort we have to make, is that to make sure that the next administration is citizens-oriented, that they are masses-oriented. Because what we are seeing today is an elite-oriented leadership. That is what Tinubu is all about. If you take his model of politics, it is always elitism. So,
okay, can I ask you, Woma, do you want to say, hold on, Checks. Let me ask you this. Do you agree in a publicly, like if Obi publicly admits and promises for a one term, do you think that is fair? Or do you think that is because I think I heard it in one other space earlier that that this whole North and South thing has come to stay. Whether it's PDP or APC, let PDP people just stop this their own, because PDP, I think their own argument is that in their own PDP setting, that the North has done lesser years than Southern presidents, whatever that means.
Yes, I agree. See, the North will never tolerate 2031 another person from the South coming to rule Nigeria. So, people will have to promise, and even if there is any possibility of him signing a signature of undertaking, that he will be there for one after the 4 years. After 2021, is not Northerners will take over. That is the only way. Minus that, Northerners will not vote for him. Trust me, bro. And this is another tool that the APC will use to campaign. That is the sad part. Thank you.
Sorry, I was getting a call. I don't know if you answered my question, but
yes, I have answered you. The simple answer is he will have to have possibly sign on undertaking that after 4 years he will step down for Jonathan. That is the only way this thing will work.
No. I don't think they will agree to an undertaking signing anything behind closed door. They would want him to say it publicly. And so I'm asking you, like, do you? I think that's like boxing. I wouldn't want anybody to put me into that personally. Like, I don't like people. Even if I'm promising you something, I'll be true to my words. But I might not really want you to box me in, to say it publicly in front of everybody. Like, I must do this for you, or I will only do this thing for so years, and then I will leave. Like, it kind of belittles me coming on board on that particular thing.
This is just like desperation. You have known that this is what APC will use to play the politics. So there must be a way to counter it. If it is coming out in public to promise that after 4 years, which you also mean to step down for the North, please do it. That is the only way they will vote for you. Trust me, APC will campaign heavily that they are trying to put somebody.
Do you think it will work? Do you think it will work? It's easy to say so.
And bro, if the leaders back you came out and say it will work. It may not work 100%, for a majority of time, it will work. And this is the only way of countering the APC's campaign this thing. The APC's campaign of that this person will be there for 8 years. And that's will be effort. So that is the only way. Man, was that.
Okay. But do you think, having known Mr. Obi for some time, like, I mean, he has been in the public space and he has projected himself so that we'll judge him. Do you think his personality that he will agree to do this publicly?
100% he will. Trust me, Obi believe in fairness of politics. The South has been there for 4 years. It is fair that South will be there for another 4 years and hand over to North. So he will. And that is the only way this coalition will go on. If it's for him not to stay there for 8 years, this coalition will scatter before it will start. So believe me, he will. I have known Peter more. So he will. Thank you.
Woma, are you saying anything? Because we cannot even. The mic seems unmuted, but you are not saying anything. Woma,
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Morning, Abi. Yeah, Abi. Afternoon, on yourself. I have a controversial opinion about all these 8 years and all these 4 years and this thing. See, first of all, just like when people were pushing this Obi should do VP and everything, there's already this psychic in the minds of many people south of Nigeria that northern Nigeria is too desperate for power. It's a psychic, like, all those my auntie their generation, all this, like, not millennial, all these Gen X and the rest, even millennials, older millennials, that have lived through Nigeria for quite a while. You like crap me telling them about 1999, they have not listened to all those songs because they grew up under Abacha and Babangida, so they don't, plus Buhari, they don't want to hear all those your 1999 permutations. So even this coalition is even looking one kind for some people, because, like, to some people it's just like the North is just too desperate for power. Like, Buhari has done 8 years. Tinubu never even reached 4 years. You don't shake everywhere, say this one, that one, this one, that one. You understand? So first of all, they have that going against them. That's why Obi has to be very, very careful with whatever coalition is building. Let's not be the one that you are going into a coalition that is leaving a bad taste in the mouths of other people. Now, I'm not saying this as someone that is just, reading articles and shit. There's a guy, there are these young content creators. They are doing something creative. I hope that it can extend to some places. So, like, they stand with cameras, not with cameras, just like, normal content creation setup, like a tripod and a phone and whatever, near all these newspaper stands in Lagos, like at least I've seen. Then like they interview people that like, to talk about the issues, because of course, newspaper stands are where lots of people congregate to either buy papers or just look at headlines and all. So, and there's a whole lot you can tell from like what Nigerians say. I mean, come on, if you are putting your tripod there and you are there for like 5 hours, you're going to interview like tens and tens of people, and it's a good sample space, to use to project. And yes, Tinubu is like, doing the worst. Like he's far from a competent person. But there's also, this frame of northern desperation for power. You understand? Like, the man has just been there 2 years. You are just saying everywhere, saying this one, that one. When Buhari was there for 8 years, nobody was really batting an eyelid when he was doing a whole lot. You understand? So, yes, you have a right to ask for, good governance and, protest against bad governance and all that. But people are going to see it as very selective, and that alone can sway a critical mass, which is like PO. Like I said, this is why PO needs to tread very, very carefully. I'm not in support of PO coming all out and saying, I promise to do one term. No, that's not. If you don't want to support the man, you don't support the man, and let Nigeria remain the way it is. Nobody gives, like, if we are content with being the poverty capital of the world, then so be it. In other countries, they'll be begging PO to be president. Here we are doing all this, our north-south prejudice, bias, sentiments of the people, and all those things that like are in our real politic. So this coalition, I mean, I was watching that boys channel, and I seen people already talking about like, is the people that even supported Buhari that are coming to be talking about coalition, like the audacity. And those are legitimate concerns, like, like be that bad as Tinubu is. Lots of people are seeing it, that Malami was an attorney general that was like as incompetent as whatever. And at coalition talks, you're seeing him smiling and strutting around. So someone that almost wanted to vie for governor of Kebbi or so, and started buying cars and stuff. The freaking impunity, like you are the attorney general of the nation. If not for the, the Electoral Act that had mandated that for you to want to push for political office, you have to step down and all that, the man would have been barreling his way through. And that's another very short-term memory about like the kinds of things that happen within governance. 70 million missed for their PM before hey, 2 weeks don't pass, the G's don't die. And you start thinking, $70 million? Maybe say China, $30-something million they execute. So there are lots of like if you are still talking about sentiment, there's still a lot of sentiments to talk about in this coalition. My brother, my Oga Gege is here, thank God. So you don't want to also paint the picture that you are going to go and do coalition with people that are maybe just, that represent this northern desperation for power. You understand? Because Buhari just did his 8 years. If anything, like you should just be in the background, because like they say, perception is everything. Because the truth is like the south of Nigeria did not vote for Tinubu. We didn't vote for Tinubu. Check in fact, aside the INEC allocated numbers, look at the real, polls that were done by very reputable organizations like SBM Intel, Veriv at the time, I mean, like two other ones, you could see the strength of a support for a PO. It was very, very strong. It was the North that voted Tinubu. So it's sort of like, bruh, come on, like you voted someone, it's not aligning with, like, he's not giving you the governance you want, and you still want to eat your cake and have it. Like, there's no even emotional intelligence to sort of mebelo, like we could just chill a bit, make all these other people push them for front. Yes, now it doesn't like when would they do what they call them campaign for some places, when would they mobilize for some places, you go look for the local actors, the tribe, all those like people that it can easily align with to push your message through. So it's not like you're coming with the helicopter approach to things and all that, So that is another thing that a lot of people are overlooking in these coalition talks. You understand? It's a very, very, it's a sentiment that is out there, and it's something that, PO needs to tread very carefully with whoever he's making all those moves with. But I mean, trees are like elections are also social experiments. PO is a billionaire, so they touch him the way they touch some of us. You understand? Maybe say middle class, what do you call it, attrition of expenditure value and all that. Then again, like someone was saying, Nigeria is a very transactional society. I think someone was talking about traditional rulers. Did you guys see that in the budget they were allocating 200 million to traditional rulers each? I hope some people have seen that too. You understand? So that's another reason, like, I don't really trust Nigerians like that. You need to show me something, because the average, it is a very low trust society. It takes very little, to sway people. Just do some certain kind of crumbs, let the person feel some kind of importance, have some kind of, I better pass my neighbor, turn up the notch for the person, and it's just easy for the person to compromise. I don't want to start going there, but it's something that is also a problem right now with respect to the political talk on Twitter. Yeah, same, like appointments are becoming a major for people to be making political decisions. I know my Oga Gege will say like these things matter. Yes, it's important, but it has to be dual. It has to be part of a toolbox. It's not something that you just use as a defining point. It has to come with something. You understand? It's just like me now from Delta State. It's so common like me. So because they're giving Festus Keyamo, Minister of Aviation, I should not start feeling happy. Person we don't buy house for Yankee, they do Instagram things, La Vida Loca. Or because the political class, like all these appointments don't reflect on the lives of people fundamentally, which is why 2027 has to be ultimately the people versus the political establishment. That is where we are right now. Because look, the Nigerian political class, and like I've said this in another space why I feel the coalition may not work, is because a coalition with a Peter Obi, with the kind of person and the quality of governance he wants to bring, is like class suicide. It's like class suicide, because this is a political class that thrives off Nigeria's budgets. I mean, look at 7 trillion in budget padding. Now, that's just budget padding. For the real budget, like the budget lines, all those budget lines go to different actors in the political class. You understand? That's how they make money. Yeah, some of them get lucky and invest in some whatever, and it works for them. But like, that's the major source. So why will I want to align with a man that is going to shut down that source of money? That's why you see Jagaban like throwing cash everywhere, and many people they bend. You understand? People start talking from both sides of their mouths. So why will I want to like jeopardize, the status quo that I am benefiting from, even if like it's not, you know, coming as much as it should. But if I make some certain alignments, it will work. Why would I want to jeopardize all that to align with a guy that is preaching to me about a new Nigeria is possible and all those fine things about Vietnam and China? Like, in what interest is that? How does that interest me? So, which is why I also have some skepticism. Now, don't get me wrong. Yes, there are some people within the political class that, you know, I think Patutomi has talked about some of them. Looking back in hindsight about politics, and maybe some of them can't go back to their villages anymore and all that, or their children are no more in the country, they can't see their children. Are, you know, the effects of bad governance has sort of like affected them personally, such that they can, you know, be a lot more idealistic. They look at how many years they have, you know, more to spend on this earth, and like, you know, okay, let it be that at least we can do the right thing, and at least at the end of our lifespan. But you don't have a lot of people like that. Maybe that's just like maybe 20% or something, you know, less, you know. So which is which is another reason I'm skeptical about the coalition. I'm not saying that like there should be no coalition, but like if people can be able to make, like, people have been made to see reason. Because when people are making noise about all this exclusion, they didn't, you know, is the appointments, these people are just people are being left out because based on appointments. It's not based on, say, healthcare, security, food, and the normal things that are filling the people. It's normal appointments and contracts that a certain caucus of the political class has cornered. That is why some people are shouting. It's not like they are coming out for the interest of the people, you know. So ending this alpha, which even buttresses the what do you call it? The because I mean I even went there without even looking at the topic. No compromise citizens coalition. Yes, like it's better for people to be more cynical about coalition, because you should also think about the political class and their interests, what is in it for them, you know, and how the ideology of the person that they want to leverage to entrench themselves sort of like divergent. So like, you know, you should also be very cynical that like the worst could happen. So you should be thinking more about the citizens coalition at the moment. If there's a political coalition that happens in the future, fine. But in the interim, the mindset should be predicated on the worst that could happen. And as such, focus on citizens coalition. So, you know, like Voltron or whatever, Avengers, whatever can come in front, you know, will just be like an amplification of your present efforts and what do you call it, drive. Yeah, thanks, Alpha. Is it just me? Alpha, are you there? Some guy, AI checks.
Yeah, I'm here. We heard you. Others can AI. You can
I'm
go.
also here.
Okay.
Thank you, woman, for I mean that was actually on point, to be honest with you. Yeah, Mike Flo, you can come in immediately. What are your thoughts on this, everything that has been going on?
Hello. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Welcome. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you for having me. I think the whole coalition thing has, I think it should have come to a point where we, the citizens, because I'm just coming from another space, which is also hammering on the coalition issue. We should start coming to a compromise on who should lead the coalition. The whole argument back and forth on who to lead the coalition it has dragged for long enough. We need to start coming to a conclusion making a united decision on who becomes this. If there are ways to go about it to pick a coalition leader peacefully, probably one that is transparent, one that is emphasizes on equity and transparency, openness. I think we should start suggesting such, so that those with the saddled with the responsibility will start looking at that in order to make sure that they employ that to get the person who is to lead the coalition to take over. Because if you look at it, there's actually no time. What we should know that is APC looks more prepared than us. That is what that is the frank truth. APC looks more prepared because at every time they have shown they are ready. They talk with all boldness, with all manner of with all manner of disrespect for the Nigerian citizens and their thoughts that Tinubu will win. They make it an emphasis that Tinubu will win. These guys are. It shows you that they are all prepared, either by hook or by crook. Whatever strategy they are planning on, that gives you an idea that they have all set everything in place. So we should stop all this back and forth argument and dragging this chaotic environment we are creating around this coalition, and pick out somebody so that we all start preparing, harmonizing our energies, building our networks. We need to get to the grassroots. We need to sell this candidate we have picked out that has cut across everybody's preferences. So I'm actually not happy. Every coalition space I get into is all chaotic argument and all that. It's all just chaotic. I don't know if APC guys have infiltrated all the spaces and part of those causing this chaos and all that. I myself personally am not happy. I'm not happy. We need to start coming to a compromise, if not compromise, a close compromise, a near close compromise, so that we start making headway. As it is now, we don't know whether it's Atiku, whether it's Obi, or whether it's whoever that is to lead this coalition. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And that's a premium state of confusion. It's a premium state of confusion. In just barely 2 years to go. From next year, the primaries election will take off, and that will signal to you the heat up of the polity towards 2027 elections. So we need to get our acts right together and come to a compromise. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Gege, boss, good afternoon. What do you have to tell us?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we can hear you. Oga Gege, hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I think the first thing you have to bear in mind is the lesson to learn is 2015. You have to ask yourself, what mistakes did we make then, and how can we learn from those mistakes? The first mistake about 2015 is we just assumed that getting a government out of power was all that mattered. We had no interest in understanding the people you're putting in to replace them. What do they believe? And I warned people about this, but people did not want to listen. And my worries were doing the same thing. Because at the fundamental level, what is happening here? The key issue with this coalition is it's an APC civil war. So Buhari came into power in 2015 and prioritized the North because Buhari is an ethnic and religious bigot. So he prioritized his people above all of Nigeria. He didn't see himself as president of Nigeria. He saw himself as president of the North and president of Northern Muslims. So another group of APC were excluded. Now, Bola Tinubu has come into office, and Bola Tinubu basically said, what Buhari can do, I can do better. Bola Tinubu has come into office and prioritized his Yoruba ethnic group above the rest of the country. Now, the Buharists who were happy when Buhari was doing his own bigotry are now upset with Bola Tinubu, and they are now looking for another way to get back at him. Now, the question is, if you are a Peter Obi or if you are obedient and you decide to form an alliance with people who are ethnic and religious bigots just because they're having a civil war, then you have to ask yourself, what is going to happen when you get this power? Nobody's going to support you for free. And oftentimes, because some Nigerians have zero principles, they have zero beliefs, zero values, you assume everybody you're dealing with also has zero beliefs and zero values. No. Some of these people have beliefs. They believe that Nigeria is the property of the North and everybody should be subjugated to them. Those are the Buharis that you're forming an alliance with. So do you think they're happy, first of all, that an Igbo man will be at the top of this ticket? I can bet you my top dollar it's Atiku they want, because many of these people do not have any regard for Igbos. And then what sort of concessions are they going to demand from Peter Obi? So what you eventually have is Peter Obi might win an election, but literally have his hands tied behind his back because another wing of APC has basically taken power. So the question is, what is the point? And I think there's a third option, because really this problem began in 2015. We entered a bus with no driver on a one-way road, and we're still on that one-way road. So my own view is, well, I have no regard for Tinubu or the others. For me, I can just sit down and watch and say, okay, people carry on. Because at some point, this civil war is going to eventually destroy the system. But that's one option, just to wait and allow the two APC people fight themselves and destroy the system. The third is to support Peter Obi and build a coalition around ordinary Nigerians who want a better country. We might win, we might not win, that's fine. But what Peter Obi is doing is creating a long-term program to raise the consciousness of Nigerians. If you see, he visits schools where the young people are. He goes to educational institutions, universities. He goes to the hospitals. He goes to the IDPs. Those are the future. And he's trying to build a coalition that says, look, Nigeria does not belong to those feudalists. Nigeria belongs to ordinary people. Now, one mistake people always say is, well, the problem with the coalition is that in 2031, Peter Obi is going to be 65. In 8 years, he's going to be 70. But that's the mistake. The mistake is this is not about Peter Obi. Sometimes the greatest leaders are not the ones that become president. They're the ones that lay the foundation and lay the ideology. So Obi doesn't have to become president. And he has said it before. He says he's not desperate to be president. What is important is that he's raising the consciousness, and we're all joining him to do that. Because I can tell you for free, this system will not continue forever. The people who will eventually take over this system are people who are prepared both via education, skills, and strategy. And that is what Peter Obi is building. He's building a coalition of ordinary Nigerians who will one day be ready to take power. But what we mustn't do is we mustn't destroy this movement all for the sake of a short-term temporary power opportunity, which is what we're trying to do by embracing the Rufais and the various other Malami. I mean, if you remember, Rufai is so bad that the NBA banned him from their conference. So how is that person going to be in any kind of coalition for good governance? Someone who is banned by the NBA because of his horrible human rights record? You forgot that Malami literally appeared at an NBA conference and said the rule of law is subservient to Buhari and Buhari's government, that what they want to do is above the rule of law. What kind of alliance can you form with those people? So I beg you, coalition is good, but let's build it with like-minded people who have the same ideology. Let's not rush, because if we rush, we'll be back here in square one again. I yield the mic.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Please stay around, if you don't mind. Thank you for that. I think there have been a lot of effort to silence the voice of anybody who has alternative message to this their whatever they want to preach, and it's actually very unfortunate that we now have to forget. Except what you are trying to tell me is that Buhari's era was fantastic. I do not see how we are bringing up all these people together, and the only thing you want, some of them are even asking that POV do running mate for an Atiku Abubakar, and so who will be in the cabinet of an Atiku Abubakar outside these people that we call political vultures, because that's the only thing I can call them. And they did it in 2015, and it seems we didn't learn any lesson there. I want to go back there immediately without learning anything. It's very unfortunate. I mean, very unfortunate. Yeah, Mike Flo, I have a question for you. So, in your own opinion, who do you think should head the coalition? And what do you think should be the process of what should decide who has the coalition? Mike Flo, if you are there, you can answer. Mike Flo, if you can hear me, you can answer me. Mike Flo, can you hear me?
Again, come again. Hello.
I say,
Okay.
yeah, most of your submission was centered around we having we knowing who should head the coalition,
Yeah.
and we uniting behind the person in middle. So who do you think should head the coalition, and
O-
which direction
Okay.
should the coalition go?
From my own submission, mine is let Obi forget about tribe, forget about any tribal sentiment. Let Obi lead the coalition. Let Obi lead the coalition, and someone from the north can be thrown up to deputize him. But I, for one, know that this coalition that is brewing with the north and seemingly the southeast, it's all because the north is interested is because of Atiku. Atiku is the one who has captured their hearts, and this is where their interest lies. If not for Atiku, I don't think a northerner will even have any iota of audacity to support an Igbo president candidacy. But that aside, I for myself, I said let Obi lead the coalition, and a competent person from the north can deputize him. That's my submission. Thank you.
Has Atiku supported Igbo presidency at any time? I don't really understand when you say if not for Atiku. Has he ever supported Igbo presidency?
I don't know from history if Atiku has ever supported Igbo presidency. I don't know from history, but from the little knowledge of history and politics I know, he even pulled down someone who is closely, which is Jonathan, who is closely aligned to the Igbo race, which is Goodluck Jonathan. He made himself available to a coalition of probably frustrated politicians who came together to ruin that man's government and threw him out of the a government.
Well, I don't really know. So I don't understand when you say Atiku Abubakar is really not a politician who can support Igbo presidency. Because is there any history that shown he has done that?
No, that's what I'm telling you. None has shown that. None has shown that. None has shown that. But if he decides to change and do that this period, this time around, I am telling you, the Igbos will be indebted to him, because what is the mindset of every Nigerian now is someone who is competent, way more competent than Tinubu, who can steer the leadership to the right direction, because where Nigeria is heading to at this period of time, I don't know. We are heading for chaos. We are heading for problem. So if Atiku can avail himself to support an Igbo presidency in the person of Mr. Peter Obi, the Igbos, he will have the Igbos to be indebted to him for doing Nigeria a whole good.
Thank you very much. Okay. America has left. Uh, okay. Well, no problem. Yeah. Anyway, I think we are getting there, and it's getting more interesting every day by day. And again, I think what every one of us should do is to protect our interests in whatever we do, right? Me personally, as a person, the biggest reason why I supported Peter Obi is because uh, basically, I will say it because I believe in my mind, in my heart of heart, true to myself, that is the only candidate who Nigerian can hold accountable if his policies doesn't favor Nigeria. That is my primary reason. Any other reason could be secondary. Because I saw Goodluck Jonathan's era, right? And at least I believe to certain degrees, the concerns of Nigerians bother him. There is this his presidential media chat and all those things. And I follow the government. And most times my mind was antagonistic towards what he was doing, especially after January 2012, right? But again, he was responding to what was happening in Nigeria, whether positively or negatively, doesn't matter how you look at it. It shows that he was following up. There were bomb blasts here, they will ask him about it. He will say something about it. Something will happen in grant interview. Some people like the Trade Union Congress leader then, Peter Esele, was even making mockery of him on May Day that time, that the union were even strong. They were doing all these things. But the most important thing was that we were getting response from him in anything that happened in Nigeria. But then, after that, we had a former military dictator took over. And he was a president. And he either fooled us that he didn't know what was happening across Nigeria. Or perhaps, he never responded to issues. And that was somehow, and even he got to a time, especially during that COVID, that his interview were pre-recorded and all those things. It doesn't, Yaradua media chat was live and all those things. And for Obasanjo, I didn't know much about Obasanjo. Obasanjo was a child, so I could not make up how his government ran and all those things. Was in primary school then and all those things. But Yaradua, yes, to a certain degree, he was relating to the people, right? Till he became sick and everything. Jonathan also, my mind was against most of the things he was doing, but he was responding to Nigerian issue, like whether positively or negatively, whether satisfactory or not. But again, he was responding to the things that happen in Nigeria. There was bomb blast here, you will hear him talk about it. There was anything here, he will hear him talk about it. He says something but again, when Buhari was in power, he wasn't talking about anything happening in Nigeria. And he got so bad. It will take time, it will take months before he eventually comment on something. To the extent that some lunatics rallied, said that the man actually died and he was cloned and all those things. And it took a long time before he eventually. I remember that about his interview, where Abati has to explain that the guy doesn't look like another person. This is something that, to a large extent, those life for a very long time. People actually considered it because people weren't sure. He wasn't present. And again, like I said, that was the basic reason why me personally I supported Obi, because if Obi was making policies that Nigerians don't like today, Nigerians will respond. Nigerians won't just mind. Nigerians won't just move on. They will respond, and he will also react to it, right? They won't just stay one side and watch everything happen. And when it's time for them, they will just come and say what is in their mind and not care about how Nigerians feel and all those things. But again, this particular one, I don't really know how it will go, right? I don't know. I hope, for one or two reasons, that anybody who is coming together, or anybody who wants to present himself as alternative to Tinubu, will actually be the one that that will be the one that have something better to offer. If you're actually there for tribal vendetta, right? You're there for tribal vendetta on Tinubu. Me personally, I'm not part of it. I have no issue with any tribe. If you are there on personal vendetta, I don't dey, because if he had any agreement with you, I was not there when both of you agreed. So, in a case that you are there because you want something good for Nigeria, I do not think you will be making the excuses you make, and you will be moving. So for me, the citizens of Nigeria have to decide the direction they want to go. And anybody who is not placing the citizens first cannot actually be I'm not part of it. And I encourage every Nigerians, like Obama told the Americans when Hillary Clinton lost election in 2020, 2016, sorry. Fight for your democracy and defend your republic. And it's as simple as that. And they held Trump accountable for 4 years before he was elected out, and when he came back again after some time. So that is the way it is. And the same thing that Trump told these people when he was leaving office, it wasn't, Nigerians should start having opinions, start demanding for something. Someone shouldn't have problem with another person, or someone is eyeing something. He presents you as a reason why he's doing that, and at the end of the day, he goes back, take that thing, and keep you behind, right? The APC politicians who couldn't get ticket in APC, use you as cannon fodder, go to another political party in name of coalition, enter Senate and House of Representatives, and go there and start cooperating with everybody and start the normal cycle. I don't think that is what Nigerians should be defending. That is not what we should be fighting for. We Nigerians should stand up for what will benefit us. If there is coalition, it must be to our benefit. It's not, if it's not for your benefit, do not fight for it. Do not defend it. The idea that anything but Tinubu, anyway, me I know they for that one. Personally, you must be a real alternative before I even consider you. If you're not alternative to Tinubu, again, you're not. I mean, I do not. I will not consider you. To be honest with you, personally, I won't, because imagine just rewarding another person because he wants to take advantage of what is happening. So you think he will then care about the situation? He wouldn't. They wouldn't. And again, in my own opinion, Nigerians should be Nigerians, and Nigerians should be ready to work to make Nigeria work, not waiting for some politicians to stay together and decide anything they decide and tell us that we have no option. That will not happen. That should not happen. And Nigerians should not let it happen. Nigerians should not let any set of people do this thing. Anyway, for me, I believe we'll get it right. I mean, and we can start getting it right from today. Yeah, a woman, you have something to say, or I don't know if anybody is there, can request the mic. Anyway, okay. Oh, wait, the woman is no longer here. Okay. Anyway, Shanga is still there.
Yes, right. They're going to chop.
So, okay. Anyway, anyway, let me see. Don't know what my whether it's his network that dropped.
But Chukudema, I just think say this citizens coalition will be one of the most difficult things to achieve in the history of Nigeria. It will be very, very hard, but not impossible. We can do it.
But to be honest with you, before 2015, even towards 2015, Nigerians across can actually make statements in one direction, especially through the NLC, TUC, and I believe that was what Mecca was saying before, right? They can actually have a position on something, not minding who was in power then, whether it's PDP, APC, anybody. Because to a certain degree, Nigerians understand the government as the government and the people as the people at that time. But all of a sudden, this becomes totally impossible. Because I remember that then I feel if the government want to increase the price of petrol, which was the fuel subsidy palaver of that time, I mean, if you ask Nigerians across Nigeria, 90%, 99.9% of them don't want it at that time. And it's something that um, you see evident, right? Minus people working with government, right? Nigerians can actually make decisions like that. So it's not totally something that Nigerians are not used to. But this time around, I think something has actually, a lot has changed. Because now, many people, before they say anything, they have some, it's not just the issue, they have some premeditated mindset. They have something they want to push already. They have one or two things that they plan to do even before they are bringing in what they are trying to do. And at the end of the day, the person has an agenda that he wants to push. And that agenda is not necessarily your own agenda. And at the end of the day, it goes whichever way it goes, right? That is it. So I don't really understand how it goes. So, but for me, I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it should be difficult because for me, if you ask me, humans are the same across the world and humans face the same problem across the world. I do not think, uh, for one or two reasons, the things that we hold dear, like religion, politics, tribes, and all those things, I do not think they negate our everyday reality, right? Basically, every human need oxygen to stay alive. Every human needs to eat, to have energy. You need water and all those things. Those other things we try to prioritize do not really make any difference um, in reality. But again, here is a problem. I don't really know what to say, but I hope that for one or two reasons we will not continuously fall for this type of thing. Because yeah, Gege said something that it shows that we didn't actually learn anything from 2015. And I believe so. That's what it's actually showing. We didn't learn anything from 2015. Anyway. Will be the safe live. Now mute you, Jerry. Biafra killed. Okay. Dr. CJ, come up again. I am going to. So this is their meeting today, right? Where okay, I don't think will be attended, right? They said is Oti Sanusi, Fayemi, Atiku, and the rest. They said weaponization of poverty as means of underdevelopment. Again, this is another reason why I'm still worried, right? Atiku is always at the forefront of everything. So it makes it very difficult. This conversation would have been good, fine, if everybody is doing it and moving along. But again, it's still Atiku. So that actually presents him as a person in front of the whole thing, which to me is actually difficult. Is a difficult one for me. I really does not. Sorry, I really do not wish to see things like that. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I believe people should retire. Make I come up now, as these guys not there again.
La la la